I would like to invite you to the meeting today. October 24th, 2023. Our current chair, Supervisor Madrone, will be out today. I believe he is Zooming with no folks in the room and following all guidelines. And if he wants to make a short statement of what he's doing, that would be great.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm out today for medical reasons, and there is nobody in the room 18 years or older.
Great. Thank you. I hope you get well soon and are back here in a couple weeks. All right. Ms. Turner, you want to do a roll call?
I sure will. Thank you, Chair Bohn. We'll start with you.
I am definitely here.
Supervisor Bushnell? Good morning. Supervisor Wilson?
Present.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Here.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Present, so to speak.
Thank you.
With that, we will do our salute to the flag. I like her. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Emerson wanted to visit for a little bit today. We're going to send her back out into the audience, but we wanted to give her a little inkling of a job she never wants. There you go. Thanks, honey. At the end of the day, folks, that's why we do this job, so we can make a better place for those kids. So keep that in mind. Madam CAO, any modifications, changes?
Yes, one modification. Item D13 is going to be pulled for consent. There's just a small modification that we need to make to the First Amendment attachment, and so we just want to show that in a red line change. So there'll be a very brief discussion on that so that everybody is aware of those changes.
That'll be fine. Thank you very much.
I'll move consent minus D13.
He made it. It's fine. I'll do public comment afterwards.
I don't know.
Never mind.
He's got a new chair, so he's running over the top of me. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Yes, we have caller 7718.
Okay. 7718.
Yes, 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Are you using reverse psychology on the child there? You know, maybe you do want them in next year or something. Anyway, comment on your consent items. I want to comment number one on D10, your action summary from the closed session meeting we had. There was nothing to report out, but an action appeared to have been taken. I don't know if that's an error, might be corrected. My understanding was C.J. Wilson was cut from that particular portion of the second item on that. D6, we have a supplemental budget for the election department totaling $178,605. I think people ought to be aware that the total budget for our election department and money very well spent is $1,685,523. I did wish to make a comment on item D21. It appears that the county is buying two AP numbers for $350,000, and that is to improve or fix your public health laboratories. Strongly support that. I think during COVID, we found out how important it was to have those kind of laboratories for testing to do what we can do locally. So those are my comments on today's consent agenda.
Thank you, caller. We have no more callers in Zoom, Chair.
That'd be great. Thank you, Nick. Please.
Good morning to the board. I'm Jessica Osborne Staffness, Chief Operating Officer for the North Coast Health Improvement and Information Network. Just want to comment briefly on item 17 on the consent agenda. I'd like to thank the board and the Department of Health and Human Services for the continuation of the Health Information Exchange Agreement between our two agencies. Beyond providing critical health information technology in the community, our partnership has really allowed us to do some innovative work to really support the betterment of health and health outcomes in our community. So again, thank you for the execution of that contract and the work that's gone into that from the Department of Health and Human Service staff, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity for continued good work. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Rosemary Denowden, CEO of Humboldt Independent Practice Association and North Coast Health Improvement and Information Network. Making a comment for consent item number 4, just honoring Dr. Bruce Kessler with the Frederick Plessner Memorial Award through CMA. Dr. Kessler has been a member of the IPA and Ensign Board for decades and has just been an extraordinarily committed individual to the health of this community, both in the service as a physician for decades and for being on numerous boards, including the boards of our organization. And I just want to acknowledge his work over the last 40 plus years here in Humboldt County, and just the honor it is for him to receive this award.
And could you please explain to people how amazing it is that little Humboldt County has had 2 award winners in the last 3 years for the Plessner Award, which is a huge fellowship of, it's a great honor, and explain that, how rare that is. We hear about medical and medical needs in Humboldt County, and then all of a sudden we get two great doctors.
Well, and this award really speaks to the commitment of rural medicine. And Dr. Kessler, and I believe Dr. Hunter was the other recipient, they have committed their lives to rural healthcare and what that means. I often think about people that thrive in medicine in Humboldt County have that mission mentality, you know, where they would like to go to another country, and really they're serving their own and rural America here. So it is quite an achievement for Dr. Kessler and others to receive this award, and well deserved.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Matson, Director of Public Works. Just checking if you'll read the resolution under C5 for Janie and let us speak to it. We have a number of people here who want to congratulate her.
And I do have that for Janie McCain. Is she here? There she is, behind the podium on me, Jane. How are you doing? Fine, yourself? Good. Well, get up here. Whereas in 1970, this is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors, whereas in 1979, Janie McCain began working with the County of Humboldt in the Building Inspections Department and continued in that department for 8 years. Whereas on April 9th, 1987, Janie accepted a position in the Public Health Department and continued in this department for 9 years. Whereas on January 2nd, 1996, Janie was hired as an administrative secretary for the County Buildings Department, whereas on June 20th, 24, Janie transferred to the role of administrative secretary in general services, whereas on June 19th, 2005, general services transferred to the Public Works Department and became the Facilities Managers Division. Throughout her 18-year career with Public Works, Janie was solely responsible for all the administrative functions supporting the building maintenance and custodial operations for the county, and killed it. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Whereas Janie, I walked down to the office a few times. Whereas Janie successfully worked with 6 different building maintenance managers and at least 2 different public works directors during her career, exhibiting the highest level of adaptability and professionalism. Whereas Janie was endlessly appreciated by her supervisors for her ability to work well with the diverse cast of characters. That's an understatement. Routinely encountered within the facilities manager division. Whereas Janie oversaw the assignment, dispatch, and resolution of countless facility emergencies during her long tenure, ensuring county operations continued in the face of innumerable leaks, power outages, equipment failures, broken front windows, and all other manner of building maintenance challenges, whereas her supervisors repeatedly recognized her for her resourceful knowledge of county operations, as well as her crucial role as an ambassador and client relationship manager with all other county departments. Whereas Janie McCain, Administrative Secretary, retired on August 30th, 2023, after completing 44 outstanding years of service for the County of Humboldt. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors recognize, honors, and expresses gratitude for Janie McCain's years of dedication to the county and community, and wishes her a long, happy retirement.
Thank you.
Even Emerson showed up for it.
Pardon me?
I said even Emerson showed up for it.
Well, Emerson loves me, and I love her.
I think the cast of characters might have something to say.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. You guys don't get back up here.
Oh, you want me to stand back up there?
Oh, yeah.
My dad, I'm retired, you can't
No,
tell me
come
what to do.
Yeah, there you go.
You really want me to stand back up there?
No, you're okay.
Okay, great, thank you.
I do want to sincerely thank Janie. It's very rare you have somebody that dedicated who spends their entire life basically serving the people and their fellow employees of Humboldt County. I'm thankful she came to Public Works. During her tenure, she went through at least 5 Public Works directors, only 2 when she was with Public Works. But think about this, 11 Board of Supervisors terms that she managed to keep going as a county employee. It's not people like me that make the county work, it's people like Janie that day in, day out, show up every day, rain, shine, making things happen. I'd like our building maintenance staff to stand up so they can see the appreciation from those that were able to make it this morning. She is beloved with our group, and we're sad to see her go, but she has well earned her retirement. Thank you, Janie.
Thank you, Tom.
Come on, cast of characters.
Thank you, Board. I'm the last manager that she went through of the 6, and I can tell you stats on what she's done. You know, the hours that she's put into the county is over 80,000 hours of work here, tens of thousands of work orders. I can't even count how many phone calls, honestly, but that doesn't stick out in my mind what she was. Honestly, I was a new manager here, starting a lot of things, as we said in that resolution, water breaks, window breaks, a lot of things catching on, working with the Judicial Council at the same time. It was a lot of pressure hitting on me as a brand new manager. And Janie thought to herself, you know, hey, I'm gonna do something. She got me a card. She had all the guys sign it, just said, thank you. That's all the card said on it, and with all their signature. And it was enough to just basically get my spirits back up and say, yep, this is not a problem, we can handle it. But that's what was important about Janie, not about all the other things that she did, but how she felt and cared about everybody. So I want to just say one thing to Janie. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Travis Smith, and when I started my career here with the county about 10 years ago, Janie was one of the first people I ever met. I was manager number 5 on that list, and let me tell you, she is an amazing person. The cast of characters that she has inside of her shop are some of the most amazing people that you'll get to ever work with in this county. These these gentlemen work really hard, but it took somebody like Janie to keep these gentlemen in line. When you have 10 mechanics first thing in the morning, all ready to go, it can be very loud, but all Janie had to say was, "Gentlemen," and the shop was quiet. And so I just want to wish Janie a wonderful retirement, and it was great to get to know you over the years and work with you. And some of my fondest memories with the county are with Janie. So,
Thank you, Travis.
yep, have a good retirement.
It's always bittersweet. I'm excited for you getting to retire, but your institutional knowledge, your literal institutional knowledge is so vast. So thanks, Janie, and I'll see if Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, these long-term employees, team members, soldiers for this institution, which holds, civil society together at this local government level. That's real commitment to this community. Really, really appreciated. You've been here a long time. And it might be 11 supervisual cycles, but it's actually longer than one of our supervisors has been alive. And so, it's generational, really. I mean, the impact is generational and multi-generational, and we even saw it here today. And leading, sure, it's a cast of characters, but these are of the physical institution, the parts that we have to hold together to do all the operations. Those are the menders and the fixers and the folks that help keep entropy at bay in order to really maintain the vital services that everyone else has to do in these spaces. So very much appreciated and really appreciate your ability to hold it together. Great example for us all.
Ms. Bushnell.
Congratulations on your retirement. I'm relatively new. So obviously you're well loved and really held your team together and was truly the fabric of your team. And so I really wish you well in your retirement. And thank you for your service to this organization.
Thank you.
Ms. Arroyo.
Thank you. It's true that you've been working for the county longer than I've been on this earth, and I am so grateful for that. Thank you so much for really, I can only imagine that your job has really consisted of a lot of putting out fires and keeping people motivated and coordinating, so many different personalities. And I'm so appreciative of, the manifestation I've seen of your job has actually been the folks that are out there doing the facilities maintenance. I haven't had that much opportunity to interact with you, but I've had an opportunity to interact with them, and I think that's a reflection of a team, and everyone has always been incredibly hardworking and considerate and wonderful to talk with, and I'm just so appreciative of the work that all of you do. And I think you've been a huge influence on that. So I hope you have a wonderful retirement, and thank you for inspiring the next generation of folks in Humboldt County and government service. It's really meaningful. Thank you.
Again, one more hand.
Chair, if I could, if we're moving on, if I could.
Go ahead. Are you doing the Kiwanis or I was going to ask you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I would like to recognize Kiwanis Club of Fortuna Annual Businesswoman. For this year was Stephanie McGrath, Businesswoman of the Year, and Lauren Corral, Woman of Distinction. We honored them with a recognition last week in Fortuna, so I want to congratulate them. And then also I would like to recognize that we're looking for a notice of at-large vacancy on the Forestry Review Committee. And so if anybody out there is looking to, there are qualifications, so you can get an application from Tracy D'Amico and get the qualifications. If you're interested in that, please contact her. But also, I would like to thank Chris Carroll, who is vacating that seat, who has been on that seat for 20 years, and that's a true dedication to his service for the Forestry Review Committee and what he does for Humboldt County. And so I really want to say thank you to Chris Carroll and for all of his service that he's done throughout Humboldt County.
Thank you. Mr. Royal has the Kiwanis Club of Eureka.
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I actually have the SNAP Challenge Week proclamation here.
You're doing the Kiwanis too, right?
I can go to run and grab them. I think they're going to be presented at the Kiwanis event, but I'll go grab
Okay,
those
no,
really
that's
quick.
fine. Go ahead and do
Okay.
Snap Challenge. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. I know that we have Mr. Vernon Price here. Mr. Price asked for this to come forward, and I really appreciated his outreach, and I know he has something to say. I also wanted to see if there's anyone from DHHS who would like to speak to this item as far as the meaning it has for people in the community. It's okay if you want Mr. Price to speak on your behalf. Thank you. Wonderful, welcome. Feel free to come on up. So this is a proclamation about the SNAP Challenge. Whereas millions of Americans struggle to afford food each day, and whereas the Food Research and Action Center started the SNAP Challenge 10 years ago to give individuals an opportunity to experience what life is like for millions of low-income Americans who are enrolled in SNAP, the Federal Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. And whereas the purpose of SNAP is to supplement the food budget of income-qualifying individuals, making healthy foods more accessible, but in many cases it can be someone's entire food budget, with other costs of living being so high. And whereas in California, we have CalFresh, formerly known as food stamps, and in Humboldt County, there are currently approximately 18,500 families consisting of approximately 29,000 individuals, including 7,500 children under age 18 and 5,000 adults 60 and older who are receiving CalFresh benefits. And whereas the maximum allotment for an individual is currently $291 a month, with the average local monthly allotment for an individual being $187 a month, which is just over $6 a day. And whereas challenge participants can spend a total of $43.63 for the week and only eat food that is included in that amount, deducting the amount for food that has already been purchased or is given by friends or family. And whereas participants should keep track of receipts on food spending and take notes on their experiences throughout the week. And whereas since its inception, hundreds if not thousands of people have participated in the SNAP Challenge, bringing awareness to the challenges low-income Americans experience, affording nutritious food and not going hungry at times. And whereas this year, a group of Humboldt County residents is organizing a week-long SNAP Challenge to take place November 1st through 7th, which gives participants an opportunity to experience how difficult it is for families who rely on CalFresh benefits to avoid hunger, afford nutritious food, and stay healthy on limited resources. Community members interested in participating can get more information by looking up SNAP Challenge online. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors recognizes the week of November 1st through 7th as Humboldt County SNAP Challenge Week and invites all community residents to participate. And I will say that with Mr. Price's invitation, I am going to participate this month, or this coming month, for the week of November 1st through 7th. And I'll be sharing my experiences with folks online for the purpose of raising awareness. So thank you for reaching out about it.
Thank you.
Did you take our photo? Thank you. There you go. You want to be on it?
Come on.
Y'all can be on it.
Without y'all, this isn't possible. Come on. You right here.
Thank you. Feel free to say a few words.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, esteemed members of the board. My name is Vernon Price. I hope I can get through this without being emotional. This personally affects me and a lot of other people. I do know of elderly people that go across without medications or without medications to put food on the table. And I want to say that this is very needed in today's society to change the way people are looked at, the way people are stereotyped and stigmatized, along with bringing the education of what people have to go through. And without this, that information wouldn't get out there. So I want to say thank you, and I appreciate this proclamation.
Thank you.
Hi, Ryan Bishop, Deputy Branch Director of Social Services, and Monique Upshaw-Smith, our Program Manager over the CalFresh program, which CalFresh, as you heard, is the California SNAP program. We just wanted to mention that according to our data and statistics, about 82% of our folks that are likely eligible here in Humboldt County are receiving CalFresh benefits. That means 18% are eligible and not receiving benefits. So we wanted to encourage folks to apply on benefitscal.com if they think they are eligible. And we also just wanted to thank Vernon for bringing this forward, and of course Supervisor Arroyo for taking on the challenge. It's a huge challenge. This is meant to be a supplemental benefit, and as Supervisor said, this is all some folks have for their entire food budget, and it's not a lot. And you guys see with the ever increasing prices of food that we are all experiencing in our community, it's making it tougher and tougher for folks to lift themselves out of poverty. And they're having to spend more time focusing on how they're going to make those benefits spread, or they're having to reach out to additional community resources. So we just wanted to help raise awareness and say thank you to Vernon. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Do we have any? Nick, is there any hands up? No, thank you. Anybody else? Supervisor Bushnell?
I would make a motion to accept the consent calendar.
I'll second that with the removal of D13.
Okay. And next year, what they should do is time the walk week with the SNAP week, because you won't have as many groceries to carry and you don't have to drive them to and forth. We can be environmentally and food conscious at the same time. All right, it's been moved and seconded. And we will take a roll call vote. All votes today will be roll call because we have a member zooming in.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. We will start with you.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if I
Please.
make a quick comment. It's just for, and maybe the attorney can make sure I'm saying this correctly, for the education of the public, the current law allows for supervisors 2 meetings a year, which are under either a medical or some other emergency by which they can Zoom in, and there's a limit to that. It's just not something we can do all the time, willy-nilly or whatever. And I just wanted to just let folks know this isn't a normal practice. It's kind of like a post-COVID allowance. Do I have that right?
That is correct,
Okay,
Supervisor
thanks.
Wilson. He is appearing remotely for just cause pursuant to AB 2449.
Thank you very much.
Okay. With that, we did have a time set for a presentation from the California Department of Insurance regarding statewide and local impact of fire insurance. And I believe we have somebody zooming in from the state.
Yes, good morning. My name is Julia Juarez. I am Deputy Commissioner for Community Relations and Outreach for the Department of
Oh,
Insurance.
excuse me. Supervisor Bushnell wanted to say something, I believe. I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you. I actually, if we could have Deputy Sean present first the staff report, and then we'll go to the Zoom, if that would be okay?
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Sean Quincy, Deputy County Administrative Officer. This item is being brought, sponsored by Supervisor Bushnell. Fire insurance in California has become a significant concern in recent years due to the state's history of wildfires and changing environmental conditions. Several issues and challenges have arisen in this regard, including wildfire risk, high premiums or the lack of coverage, non-renewals, real estate market, and real estate market. In response to these and other pressures, the governor on September 21st issued Executive Order N13-23, requesting the Commissioner of Insurance to take prompt regulatory action to strengthen and stabilize California's marketplace for homeowners insurance and commercial property insurance. On that same day, California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara announced a package of executive actions aimed at improving insurance choices and protecting Californians from increasing climate threats while addressing the long-term sustainability of the nation's insurance market. These executive orders and Commissioner Lara's announcement are all included in your packet. To that end, the California Department of Insurance has agreed to appear today via Zoom to discuss Commissioner Lara's announcement and field questions from your board. Julia Juarez, Deputy Commissioner, Community Relations and Outreach, has a short presentation and will be available for discussion.
Anything else? All right. Sorry about that. Now you can go.
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to be here. So on behalf of Commissioner Ricardo Lara, I am going to review with you the global context of why are we here? How does that relate to California in particular and in your areas? And then also what the Department of Insurance is doing or has done is doing, and then what you as a community can do to improve the outlook as well. So I will, if that's okay with you, then I can
Please.
move forward. I will be sharing my screen. So the Commissioner did report on the California Sustainable Insurance Strategy, which is basically going to be addressing the accessibility of insurance for California, in creating an insurance market that will be resilient for everyone in the state, and then also protecting communities from climate change. We are looking at globally what is happening. As you know, insurance companies are global corporations. And so not just the state, all the catastrophes that are going on in the state, but also throughout the country and the world.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, through the chair. Are you supposed to be sharing your screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, we see you.
Oh. I apologize. Let me try to. This. I don't know what happened. Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Okay. Okay, here we are. So I'm just so eager to get you information. So, but like I mentioned, the insurance companies are going through, are dealing with all the natural disasters and everything that is happening globally. So we're looking at global inflation that has just made it so that everything from the supply chain to everything that has to do with rebuilding has truly just taken a big hit and has just increased tremendously throughout the world. And so those shortages, of course, the pandemic did not help. And insurance for insurance companies, which is the reinsurance as a whole, it's something that is done throughout the world, but it is also for insurance companies to be able to take care of claims when there is a major catastrophe in an area. The problem is that reinsurance, the companies that do provide reinsurance are companies that are based out of Bermuda. So that tells you they are not necessarily, they are not at all governed by any rules that we may have here in the state. And so that makes it a very volatile industry. And so those prices have just increased tremendously. And so the risk for insurance companies have been just overall extreme. And what that means to California is that the top 12 companies in the state actually are responsible for 85% of the state's homeowners market. So that means that 7 out of the 12 insurance companies that are our top 12 have actually stopped either doing new business or restricted what they have been doing. So what does that mean? Let me show you specifically. These are the 12 insurance companies that you all have heard of because you hear their commercials. And even though we have 115 companies in the state that are offering homeowners insurance, everyone eventually gravitates to these 12. But what has happened is all of these have either restricted or paused their new policies in the state because of the risk that we have. So along with that, one of the things that we have seen is that they have all, basically all of them have requested rate increases to be able to cover their losses. Even though those are either pending or have been approved, when Commissioner Lara meets with these executives and has reviewed with them where we are with this, and if the rate increases are going to help to be able to get them to write insurance again, the response has overwhelmingly been no. There is so much more that they have to deal with that is not going to be enough for them to cover their expenses, or basically be able to pay claims when claims are due. So that is the global context of what is happening with the insurance market, and then also how does that relate to California. In particular, in the state, the state of California is the largest insurance market in the entire country, and we are actually only second to China in the world. That means that everybody is doing business in California, and it's good to do business in California. However, for the last 10 years, we have seen that in California, the losses that have been incurred have been tremendous in comparison to the rest of the country. So if you see here, the losses that have been incurred in California have been 73.9% in comparison to 59.7%. The underwriting profit in California has actually been under, it's like minus 13.1, whereas around the country is 3.6. The direct profit on insurance transactions in California has been a minus 6.1, and throughout the state, the country is 3.6%. And then the direct profit on insurance transactions has been a minus 6.1% as well. And then the direct return on net worth is 0.8%. This is information that is released every year through the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. And so this was released in January, and we can see that this has been a problem that has been just exacerbating for the last 10 years. But being that the last 5 years have seen the absolute worst wildfires in our history, that has increased those losses tremendously. So how did we get here? The FAIR Plan is the insurance of last resort for the country, for the state. The legislature created the FAIR Plan after the Watts riots in the 60s, when no one wanted to insure the homes in South Los Angeles. However, now the FAIR Plan has morphed into the insurance of first resort for many, many people around the state. And in particular, I'm sure that there are, in some areas in Humboldt County where people are just, that's the only insurance that is available to them. The thing about that is that the FAIR Plan, and also just to make it absolutely clear, the FAIR Plan was created by the legislature. However, it is not run by the state. It is run by the insurance companies. All insurance companies are a part of the FAIR Plan. What they did is they put their market share of money into the FAIR Plan, so that then that money is available to pay out the claims. If we have too many people in the FAIR Plan, then what will happen is, even if the FAIR Plan, there's a huge, there's a big catastrophe, and the FAIR Plan has to pay out, ultimately all the insurance companies will have to pay out that as well, and we are going to be in a very bad situation as a whole. So that is, it is important to understand that the FAIR Plan is now becoming the insurance of first resort, and that we need to do something about it to make sure that we are not that we are not relying solely on the FAIR Plan. And also, the FAIR Plan only allows people to have insurance for wildfire, not for everything else. So consumers have to purchase not just the FAIR Plan, but a difference in conditions policy from another insurance company. So making it even a bigger expense and with lesser coverage for the consumer. So that is why no one should be on the FAIR Plan, or at least, as we need to get rid of the amount of people in the FAIR Plan. So insurance companies do not want to write in high risk areas. We have seen that they have the expectation is, in the past, when they have been able to just pull back a little bit, it has not been, that big of a deal. They just, figure out where they are and how to fix it, and they move forward. This time, because it is such a global issue, and it is bigger than expected, all of the insurance companies are pretty much looking at, how do they make sure that they don't have so much risk. And so that is why a lot of them are not writing in high fire risk areas. We also have rate filings that are very complex, because now we have so much more to be looking into, and that takes about, normally it's taking longer than 6 months to review. And then when insurance companies do request increases, there is one entity that can make it much longer and really prolong the entire process. And that has also just been something that we as a state have been dealing with, that need to fix. And so that is what the California Sustainable Insurance Strategy is. The commissioner worked with the governor, the leadership in the Assembly and in the Senate, and then also with the insurance companies, brought everyone to the table. And so what the Sustainable Insurance Strategy is going to do is going to require insurance companies to write 85% of those homes and businesses in these areas where we have a large number of people in the FAIR Plan or who are not insured. And so those areas are going to be identified by the commissioner, and we will make sure that the insurance companies will be able to write that. Along with that, the expectation is that those people that are in the FAIR Plan, and that especially have done their part in mitigating their home and their immediate surroundings, and they're also part of communities that are working together to safeguard and be safer from wildfires, that those homes are going to be the first priority to be able to get out of the FAIR Plan. In addition, in response to that, the insurance companies will also be able to now look at catastrophic modeling. And so what that means is that in the past, insurance companies would say, we will look at 5 years, like what have been our losses in the last 5 years as a whole for the entire for their entire book of business, and then from there decide what they were going to charge for premiums. Well, now that the state is just, we have been having so many different changes with climate change, we have now, that is no longer the appropriate thing to do, especially because a lot of people are doing their job of mitigating their home, making sure that their home is safe, making sure that there aren't any, any big bushes or anything like that by their home, so that those won't catch fire. And so catastrophe modeling will actually look at very specifically what those homes have done, so that you will get the appropriate premium for that. And so we will be working with them. We're continuing to have hearings on that, talking to all the experts, making sure that we understand exactly how that works and how can we incorporate it so that everyone gets the appropriate premium for their home. And then also we're going to be looking at reinsurance, because the insurance for insurance companies in other states, they have passed that on to the consumer, but the state does not allow that at all. The question on that, though, is that if insurance companies can't get reinsurance for our estate, they will not be able to, they will not insure here. So what the commissioner is doing is he went to Bermuda, met with the reinsurance companies, and is meeting with experts as well to try to understand and figure out a formula and a reinsurance program that will actually make sure that if Californians are paying for reinsurance, that they will only pay for the risk that is in California alone, not the risk in Florida or Texas or India, but rather it is only going to be the risk that we have here in California. And then finally, we are modernizing the FAIR Plan. When the commissioner came on board, the FAIR Plan was only doing 1.5 million for a home throughout the state. In many instances, that wasn't enough. So he doubled that to 3 million. And then for commercial properties, it was also 3.5 million, and so double that to 7 million. However, we have found that for some HOAs and other type of commercial properties, that is not enough, and so we have actually increased that to 20 million. So starting in November, the FAIR Plan is going to allow folks to be able to cover up to 20 million per the entire business. However, this plan, the Sustainable Insurance Strategy, is actually moving forward to work on doing 20 million per structure, so that the entire coverage will be, so that these HOAs that have several areas will be able to cover what they need. So this is the largest reform that we have had since Proposition 103. It has not been done on a silo just with the insurance commissioner, but rather we have held over 1,800 meetings, town halls, events, and have met with hundreds of thousands of people, making absolutely sure that we understand exactly what the issues are and how can we address them. So I would like to thank you for having me and being able to discuss this for Humboldt County. And I would also like to offer us ourselves to be able to come and host a town hall for you if you would like to have your constituents be able to understand what is going on as well and how can we be of assistance to them. These actions have been part of the Safer from Wildfire regulation that has been, the commissioner made regulations that got all of the agencies that deal with wildfire together to build and ask for very specific things that people can do so that they can get a discount. So if you do all of these things, every insurance company is now required to give you a discount or to take these things into consideration when they are looking at your premiums. And I will go into it a little bit, but that is the, we have increased the FAIR Plan, like I said, and we also have a branch that is very much so working specifically on generating, the reports on what is it that the risk for California will be, and what we are making sure that the market is as safe as possible. So this is the Safer from Wildfires. Like I said, it is protecting the home, the immediate surrounding, and the community, and very specific things. I will be able to send this information. All of this is in our website, and I can send this over to you. But there are very specific things, and then what we are asking local communities is for them to become fire-wise communities, and cities and counties, local districts can become fire risk reduction communities, and those are the ones that also get a discount. So the more that you do, the bigger the discount is expected for you to receive. In our website, we have our top 10 tips for finding residential insurance, our homeowners insurance finders tools, and you can file a complaint if you are having any type of issue with any type of insurance, but particularly with homeowners. We are absolutely, we have experts on the phone every day during business hours. You can call us and we can have someone work with you directly to help you and make sure that you're, help you understand your policy, and also work with the insurance company to make sure that you're covered, or that whatever it is that, any issue is, that we are able to be there for you and be your consumer protection advocate. And if you have any questions, this is our phone number, 800-927-4357, and our website, insurance.ca.
.gov. Thank you very much.
At this point, I would.
Perfect. I'll bring it back to the board for questions. Ms. Bushnell, who brought this very important item to us.
Thank you. She's still on. I'm wondering, in some of the more rural areas, even California Fair Plan is not picking up homeowners, and also people that are currently buying homes are not able to secure any kind of insurance to close their escrows. And what would you suggest for those types of situations?
Yeah. So, and that's where we ask communities to please give us a call, because we are able to work with you to find out, what is available. We have the insurance home finders, but also one of the biggest tips that I could give people throughout all of this is, if you are having a very hard time finding insurance in your area, and you're working with your local broker, your local agent, many times, they are working with a group of insurance companies that have saturated that market. And so their risk in that area is too high, and that is why they're not covering in that area. So I would suggest that maybe you call, an insurance agent or a broker in Sacramento or Los Angeles or San Diego even. And the idea behind that is that maybe they are working with other insurance agencies that might be able to cover your area, because they don't have many policies over there. And so that might be easier for them to be able to then, the biggest tips that we have for people there. Now, we are, the expectation on this is that we will be, or the commissioner and the governor, when they got together and the governor presented his executive order, it basically gave the department and the other offices that review regulations and make sure that all of the regulations are appropriate and are, we're able to move forward, gave them the green light to just make.
Supervisor Bushnell has another question also.
And so the very slow. So the expectation is that we have this done by December 2024. So hopefully we'll be able to improve the market as a whole by then.
Thank you. You're kind of cutting in and out, but my last question would be also in my district, and I'm assuming in Humboldt in general, I have a lot of retired residents that their insurance rates have risen so far that they're not able to afford the insurance and their homes are paid for, so they're choosing to forego having insurance. And that's just a terrible predicament to be in. And what would you suggest for that?
It is an absolutely awful predicament, and we have heard this from people throughout the state in different areas, and there are one of the things that maybe local organizations can do to help might be able to look into the grants portal for the state and see if there are any particular grants that can help. With any of that, if the county is looking for grants that will help with mitigation, that may be able to make this available for people, we might be able to we can review that and work with you, and also help to write letters of support for that. But at this point, the availability of insurance is in dire need. And so that is what we are working with to try to make sure that we increase those numbers of insurance companies doing business in the state. So hopefully that it'll make it available for those people in the future.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks for this. Thanks for bringing this interesting and important subject to the board. I mean, I have my own family members who are on the FAIR plan as well, which doesn't cover anything inside the building. So it just covers the building, and even then, who knows for how long. I think we just touched on it just a little bit. Is really this fire insurance is important because of financing, and financing for home ownership is a tool or an instrument that's only really started in like the 50s and the 60s, and it grew and grew and grew, and then that really inflated property values because the people's ability to buy larger assets using these loan mechanisms. And then now those loan mechanisms are they require some assurance through fire insurance. So really we are in a society that, and I count myself in there, feels some entitlement to this financing instrument to help to basically keep the norm of what we consider the housing market. And so now we feel entitled to fire insurance as well. Has not been something that's been the norm of how we do home ownership for, it is within my lifetime, but certainly not before that. And people self-insured. They put money in the bank for times when things would be rough, as opposed to putting it in fire area insurance companies, because insurance companies didn't exist and wouldn't insure on things anyway. I'm not saying that's a better system, but it is, we are in a place where we're seeking to sort of socialize this disaster economy that we find ourselves in. The question I have for you today has to do with the equity of these systems. You put in your part of your presentation, you mentioned high value, high risk properties. How do we protect folks that are in low value, low risk properties from subsidizing high value, high risk properties in these systems? Is that something that you guys talk about or consider in your analysis?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. We do that is the job of the insurance commissioner and the Department of Insurance, making absolutely sure that no one is discriminated against in any way. And also we are able to look at when people bring in their rate requests, their rate increase requests, we look at their entire book of business. So it is not just those, not just those areas that are that need the the coverage, but also just all of everyone that they have in their books. So when they do bring in and they say we need an increase, we look at and we work with them to make sure that it is not discriminatory in any way, and that we are able to work with them to ensure that, because in some areas, even though, maybe the urban core that has no risk, they might actually have a decrease in their policies, whereas the people that are in the higher risk areas will have to, will get maybe 100% increase. Maybe there are times when we have seen a tremendous amount of increase. And so the expectation that we have of the insurance companies is that they work with us to make sure that everyone is being covered and that it is being covered appropriately. And so that is why we have 1,400 employees in the Department of Insurance, and they review these rates, and we have actuaries who review all of these numbers, and lawyers who go through all of these things very specifically to make absolutely sure that we are being able to cover everyone that needs it, and that it is not discriminatory in any way.
So as a follow-up with relationship to the equity part of this, is there any differentiation between primary or single homeowner versus second homes, vacation rentals with relationship to, so that the carrying of the risk isn't borne as much upon the single homeowner? Do you see where I'm going with this? Like it seems like there needs to be some equity in that.
Mm-hmm. I understand what you mean, and I will, on that, I will have to get back to you specifically. That is a little bit more detailed than what I am aware of. However, I know that someone within the state, within our team, will be able to answer that, and so I am taking note of that, and we'll follow up with you to respond to that specifically.
I look forward to that communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, okay, so Arroyo.
Thank you. Our state senator, Mike McGuire, was recently speaking at a conference, and he spoke about the idea of linking ability to do business in the auto insurance market, which is apparently a very lucrative market, and the home insurance market for providers of insurance. I'm not sure whether that is something your office is currently working on, or it was an idea he was floating to the audience. I really wasn't exactly sure of the context, but is that something that your office is currently working on? And if not, that's okay. I just wanted to kind of understand that a little bit better. Thank you.
Yeah, just thank you for your question. The expectation that insurance companies have to do business in the state with a particular, specifically because of this or that, is something that we dealt with after the earthquakes in the Northridge. Everyone, all the insurance companies started, just kind of saying, "Ooh, I don't know if we want to provide earthquake insurance in California," and the legislature then came in and said, "You absolutely have to." Well, insurance companies are not utilities; they are businesses, and so they can easily say, "I don't want to do business with you," and move out. They don't have to sell insurance in any way. What happened with earthquake insurance then is that none of them decided to sell insurance, to sell earthquake insurance. And so then at that point, the state had to create the Earthquake Authority, the California Earthquake Authority, to sell earthquake insurance. What happened with that is that now only about 2% of homeowners actually have earthquake insurance. So that is not a feasible thing to do, because insurance companies can easily then just say, "We won't." And then we have nothing available, or at least we have very little available. And so that is, overall, it is just not feasible for us to do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll wrap this up. I think the one thing, and I wish you wouldn't have told me you had 1,400 employees, because this probably should have been addressed 2 years ago, because it started 4 years ago. A lot of the insurance companies that are pulling out, a lot of the majors are still insuring under subsidiaries. And I imagine that's to protect their overall investments, because some of their subsidiaries, a lot of their subsidiaries, most of them are writing up, and I don't know how we're going to address that, and I'm sure you're addressing that. And the other thing is we are spending millions, if not billions, probably into the billions now, fire safing our communities. 2020, we had 10,500 structures burnt. And then in 2021, we had 3,000. 2022, we had 700. Currently this year, 450. So we're doing our job, and I think what the main thing is coming out of this, people are fire safing. They're putting in the right roofs. They're doing the right thing. They're knocking trees down left and right and doing the right thing. And they are seeing nothing for it, and what that's going to do, that's going to get them to regress, going, if I'm not going to get a benefit, they will probably keep it up because they benefit from hopefully not burning down. But that has to be recognized. Now, I know the order last week, I read the order and watched it last week. Everybody's invited back into the pool, but they're also invited to come back at higher rates, which is, if the water's warmer, they're going to come back in. And I hope that isn't the norm of where we're going to go. So that's more of a statement than anything else. I appreciate what you're doing, but the rural part, we have local agencies working on this. I met with one of our state officials last week with some local insurance brokers, and then I talked to them in the last 2 days. Nobody's saying, hey, call us now. So I know it's going to take a while, but if you can do what you can to make this happen quicker, because I think I heard of 4 deals, as Supervisor Bushnell mentioned, that were tabled buying people that were buying houses but couldn't get insurance. And the ones that couldn't, the insurance payment was going to be up 24% of their payment. So anything you can do, get those 1,400 people working harder. It would certainly be appreciated up in Humboldt and a lot of the rural counties.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. And like I said, I would like to offer, our team to come in and do a town hall in your areas, if you would like. Your staff has my contact information, and I am certainly available to you if you would like me to come and speak with your constituents and see if there is any other way that we can be of assistance to them as well. But always remember that they can call the Department of Insurance, our 800 number, and we have experts there that can review their policies with them and give them options as well, work with them on that. So I just want to make absolutely sure that you're aware that we are there and that we are looking out for the consumer in every way that we possibly can. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And you will get taken up on that, but we'd kind of like to hear back from you when you can give definitive answers of when the changes are going to be made, not when we're hoping the changes are going to be made. And I know that's what you guys are working on as a team. So thank you very much. We have a time set at 10, so do I have time to take public comment and then?
Yes, Vice Chair Bohn, you should take public comment. I would also suggest that we do public comment on non-consent and D13. Those can be done swiftly before closed session.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I will take public comment on this item. There is one hand up.
Actually, now we have 2 hands up. The first caller is 7718. You've been unmuted, and you will have 3 minutes.
Ken Sawatski, my IT department said I was kind of garbled. Hopefully all of us on Zoom seem to be having that problem, the speaker. I have a common theme today at this meeting, and it's also going to be happening at the City of Blue Lake. It's called Liar, Liars, Pants on Fire. And I did notice that the biggest person, the one company raising the rates the most, happened to be Allstate. By coincidence, they sent me a notification I had to correct things on one of my few properties that I do have insurance on. And I sent them pictures, total proof that they were all done. And they said, well, you didn't do it. So liar, liar, pants on fire to all state insurance. They're canceling people left and right. The request I would make of the state is that they somehow enable us to have localized insurance pools. The 100-foot of defensible space and all of what we are all doing to solve our houses if we decide not to self-insure. And I've been self-insuring a majority of my property for many years now. But if we have a local pool, I don't think we've had that many claims locally. We haven't had the major fires. I think Paradise was one of the big ones over there, and I think PG&E had to cover that one most likely. That was the insurance company paid off. So the thing that people need to understand is, why do we have insurance? We have lawyers. Mexico, down here, not only do we have superior health care, $200 for specialists, we don't have lawyers to do litigation, and we don't have insurance. And the buildings down here, of course, are constructed way better because they are mostly out of masonry and less combustible. So I don't know how to fix the thing, but I wish we could have a local pool somehow and enable us to benefit from all the efforts we've been doing should people decide to carry their insurance. Thank you very much, Supervisor Bushnell, for bringing this one to the forum. And I did want to note that this particular item, I appreciate doing as a time certain. It wasn't agendized as a time certain. There was only one time certain on it. Anyway, there's an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, caller. Next up, we have caller 2223. You're unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning. Supervisor Bushnell, I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I really appreciate the comments by Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Wilson. Some things that were not brought up in this are in regards to cannabis operators or anyone with the legal right to grow cannabis plants in general, which is everyone in the state of California. My understanding, if you have a cannabis plant in your yard, under Fair Plan, you are not covered now. So this is something we definitely need to look at. This is an agricultural crop, and most licensed operators have more than sufficient water, are inspected by multiple agencies for their forest management, for their cleanliness of their property, etc. So this is really something that should just be streamlined for cannabis operators to even get a better rate for their insurance. And yeah, some of these points that have been brought up as far as fire-wise communities, yes, Benbow and many other communities here in the Humboldt area have been moving forward. We have received our fire-wise certification. We have also received a $675 reduction from our $8,000 a year fire insurance on our home, but that still does not cover our personal belongings, which is another $1,000 or so. So yeah, we have a long way to go to get this figured out, but I did want to bring up some of those components that are still looming with the process and some of the people affected by it. And one last note is Humboldt County is looped into and lumped into Sonoma County, Mendocino County for risk. We just do not have the same risk. We have a great coastal influence. We have the 6 rivers that bring moisture into our areas, and we are developed not only rurally sound, but also many of these rural communities have developed around a watershed that has developed a volunteer fire department. So as Supervisor Bohn mentioned, we have all become way more fire resilient. And I appreciate all the funds coming from the government to help fund some of these fire and fuels processes and programs. And thank you so much for the presentation this morning.
Thank you, caller. And Vice Chair Bohn, we have no more callers in Zoom.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the public to speak to this? Seeing no one, I'll move on. Should we accept that presentation or?
Move to accept the presentation.
A second.
It's been moved, seconded, and thirded. Kind of see where the vote's going to go.
You ready for a roll call?
Please.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start with you, Vice Chair Bohn.
Yep.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
and Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And with that, we'll go to, I believe I'm going to the CAO, or am I going to County Council for the item that was D13 that was pulled?
Yes, I can take that. D13 is an item from my office in regards to the local cannabis equity program, and Scott Adair is on Zoom. This was agendized, but there is a small modification. We just want to be abundantly transparent and clear on that modification to the First Amendment to the grant with GoBiz for those local equity program funding. And so with that, Scott will detail that small change and also just highlight some of the positive news that we have to share regarding that general program.
Right. Thank you, Madam CAO. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Wonderful. Scott Adair, Director of Economic Development for the County of Humboldt. As your board is aware, staff had previously appeared before your board to talk about the county's local equity program because the state, vis-a-vis the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, was requiring several modifications to our LEP, or local equity program, which would have been adverse to our program and would have limited the number of licensees that we can help under that program. When we came and had that conversation with your board at that time directed staff to draft a letter to the state that we could bring back to your board for signature. However, I am pleased to share that in the interim, in between that time when we had this original discussion with your board, that our staff, with the support of the CAO's office, has managed to successfully negotiate with the state a reversal of those required changes, which thereby restores the county's original LEP program. The state backed away from a minimum 51% of ownership in cannabis businesses, as well as backed away from language narrowing services to only those seeking to enter the industry and not those already in the industry. We as staff consider this a win for the cannabis community. It increases the pool of eligible applicants for this program, and it mirrors the original LEP, or local equity program, which was originally approved by your board. Given that the state has committed to these changes and has memorialized those changes in a letter, which is attached to the agenda item, we do not believe that a letter from your board to the state is necessary any longer, and we would recommend that you move forward with the recommendations in this item. As for the item being pulled, I can share that we're probably being overly cautious, but we just want to be transparent with the community because the state has previously provided our agency with multiple letters and conflicting information about what they're requiring in the LEP. Because the most recent letter came close to the posting date for this agenda item, staff simply wanted to illuminate, out of an abundance of clarity, that these changes are in line with the local equity program and will be good for the community. And we chose to make this clarification this way versus trying to bring the item back or bring a future item, as we know that there are cannabis businesses who are really struggling right now and in need of economic assistance presently. So with that, happy to answer any questions that you may have. It's fairly simple change to the program. We would recommend that you adopt staff recommendations.
Any questions? Any public comment from the?
Yes, Vice Chair Bohn, we have two callers.
Okay.
First caller, 7718. You've been prompted to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, congratulations. This proves that with competent staff and competent logic Sometimes, once in a while, our comments are actually dealt with in an effective, efficient, and correct manner by the state. This is kind of an exception from what I've seen locally, so I just want to congratulate your staff on achieving the end result that is in the best interest of our local farmers and therefore in the best interest of our local economy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, caller. Next up, we have caller 2223. You've been prompted to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good morning. I appreciate the outcome of this. Just to make the public aware of that small stipulation of 51% versus 50-50, now my wife and I don't have to go reconfigure our entities and give one of us more control over the business. Simple. We can be husband and wife and be 50-50 ownership. Thank you so much. Appreciate this. Bye-bye.
Thank you, caller. And we have no more callers in Zoom.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I will move staff recommendation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call for the vote.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bohn. We'll start with Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
And Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Now we will have public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anybody to speak on public comments on non-agenda items?
Why, Vice Chair Bohn, we do have one caller, 7718.
Really?
You've been prompted to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Rex, I bet you're becoming a psychic. You can kind of guess who's calling and who will consistently be. Great job. I did wish to elaborate with the topic I started out there, liar, liar, pants on fire. City of Blue Lake tonight in that meeting, that will be a topic. We're having a hard time with people hanging in with the truth. One particular staff member, which I won't mention the name at this time. I did also wish to put that same brand, unfortunately, on the people who are suing the county elections department in Juan Pablo. And unfortunately, the mistruths that are being spread out there are having a real, it might feel a negative effect, and it's kind of sad to see this coming. I'm a strong proponent of this particular initiative. My understanding, Mark and Betsy haven't even been served as far as that goes. And when people are spreading lies about something, I guess I kind of understand. A lot of the farmers are very irritated. I think at this time their leadership through this particular group, it wouldn't be jamming up the base, would it be oiling up the base instead? But anyway, instead of taking care of what should have been taken care of over the years with forming co-ops, branding the thing and doing some things, a lot of the farmers are left out there without any kind of a real business, and that's the sad thing. There's only a couple of them that actually do the tourism business where people sleep on the farms and stay there. Only a couple of them actually have farm tours. And this should have been gigantically promoted by the Humboldt County Growers Association, and yet I don't see any evidence it was. So I wish people would start telling the truth on these things, and I'm happy to endorse or put my name on this initiative at any time and place. It continues with what Mother Nature's great work was done by Bonnie Blackberry, and those of us who wanted to get rid of generators, wanted to have forbearance, and it does not preclude anybody from doing any of those wonderful things and protecting our watershed. And it also promotes as many small growers as we can get in here, but does not allow someone who has 1 acre to go ahead and go up in this. Other than that, you have full vertical integration. There's nothing that's affected other than your size of growth. The only thing wrong with it is it didn't get rid of the ancillary uses that were never done by CEQA, and maybe that will be addressed in some other manner in the future. Thank you for my chance to speak today on this particular topic.
Thank you, caller. Vice Chair Bohn, we have no more callers in Zoom.
Thank you. And there was anybody in the public that was going to speak to this?
when you say speak to this, you mean just open?
General.
Yes, okay. All right, Gordon Clatworthy, running for 1st District Supervisor. I think you know what I'm going to say. 1 in 5 people in Humboldt County live at or below the poverty line. We have a lot of issues with homeless people having repeat injuries, repeat problems with their medical care. They don't have any kind of shelter out there to get treatment, and there is a huge lack of housing, which would solve most of that issue. I think the county should move forward with building low-income housing. As you know, the state of California passed the Housing for All initiative that requires all new housing, massive apartments to have at least 30% be low-income housing. If the county could step in and take care of most of the low-income housing needs for the county, we would probably be able to get more housing built by other agencies. So I think housing is the biggest issue that we have, and it's something that needs to be addressed. And it's one of those things that can solve a lot of issues. So that's all I have. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. And seeing no one else, we will go into closed session, and I'll turn to County Council to.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bohn. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D4 in order to discuss the potential initiation of litigation in 2 potential cases.
With that, I would like to see everybody in. Oh, is there any? Yeah.
We do have 2 callers in Zoom. First caller is 2223. I've prompted you to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I don't know if I can still comment for the last. I had my hand up, but I didn't get called on. Is that still possible? Or no?
Unfortunately, we closed that portion right out before you put your hand up.
That was closed, so
okay.
No.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
What I was going to comment on, so thank you.
Okay.
And now we're down to.
Next caller, 7718. You've been prompted to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, because I bet you didn't guess that I'd be the second caller. Regarding the prior caller, some people who do not understand and do not follow up strictly on the phone, it's kind of nice if you leave a little bit more lag time sometimes with these things, allowing that I think you have at least a 30-second lag or thereabouts today. I did wish to comment on this. First, a question, possibly you could ask County Council for an estimated time as far as when you will be back to your meeting. So those of us who wish to participate in the remainder can do so. This has been on there, I think, repeated times. If I remember, anticipated litigation initiated against 2 potential cases. We don't obviously know whether they're related. They're being handled in the same closed session. So when might you be reporting out? And hopefully you will be reporting out some action being taken. And when can we continue the meeting? Those are my 2 questions.
Thank you, caller. There's no more callers in Zoom.
And we will report out as soon as we can. Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, to the caller that didn't quite make it in, you can always email us, and you can always call. So we can receive your comments via other modes of communication, and we're happy to do so.
And with that, was there any more? We did public comment? Seeing none. We will go into a closed session in approximately in 3 minutes. Have anything to report out?
There was no reportable action taken with regard to item G1.
I thank you for that. Now we go clerk of the board item. The RCRC.
What are we doing?
That's number one.
Yes, Vice Chair. The next item up for your board's discussion is the appointment of the 2024 delegate and alternate to the Rural County Representatives of California Board of Directors. And just as a confirmation, Supervisor Madrone, are you present?
Sorry about that. I thought you were moving on, so.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. So this is just the annual inquiry into making the appointments for the RCRC delegation. They asked that we do this prior to the CSAC conference in November. So we just were looking for direction on what your board would like to do with that appointment.
Well, I'll open the conversation. Supervisor Bohn is currently appointed, and I am the alternate. I would make the motion that we keep it the same unless there's any interest.
I have some interest in something I need to discuss. Yesterday, I got a few phone calls from folks concerned that at the last RCRC event, that Humboldt County's, that there was an auction and that Humboldt County was auctioning off a gun, a firearm, Smith & Wesson pistol, or whatever. And I was just kind of wondering, like, can we have some discussion about that for a second? Because it was someone sent me a Twitter link for it, and it's on Twitter now, and so now people are talking about Humboldt County being purveyors of guns at a time when, you know, the biggest killer of kids is guns. Suicide by gun is on the rise, and so I'm just kind of wondering about that, and if there was someone could talk. If someone could talk about that, and
that'll be fine. Every year.
I was just going to ask council if we can have that discussion since it's not related to the agenda item. This is just for the appointment.
Well, this is relevant to who we might want to have representing us at this organization, and I think it's relevant to how we are represented within the organization and externally. And so I'm just saying, like, I'm concerned about, and I saw a picture when I looked on Twitter, which I don't have an account for, that it's, you know, it said Humboldt County and then, you know, gun. And so I'm just kind of, and so I'm wondering about how, you know, how that reflects on our code of conduct, external, you know, so this is relevant to how we're being represented within this organization, and now it's in the public. And so I want to, like, understand, like, this is relevant to these appointments, and I'm kind of concerned about that. I will say we have in the past also received emails with relationship to, I'm just going to put it out there, our representation in this organization with our position on the export of biomass through the Port of Stockton and other things. So this isn't just a, you know, it's just this, there's actually a lot of policy issues with relationship to this that I feel like I'm not even comfortable voting on this today personally, because I don't feel like I have enough information, because it was just like a rumor and just something I gave, you know, someone texted, you know, so.
It's my opinion that we can discuss this particular issue as it relates to the activities that occurred while the delegate to RCRC was acting as the county's delegate for RCRC. So we can talk about it, but it must relate to the actual activities that took place in the capacity of the members' delegacy to the RCRC.
Okay, so those are, I'm just putting out there, I'm not ready to, I don't feel like I have enough information about this, because I have to tell you, I have feelings about that, if it's really the case that we're promoting firearms and the distribution of firearms as what seemed to be like an auction item. It's almost like firearms are not, I feel like we're that as representation in this regard. That's like it's not a party favor, and it's not a door prize, right? It's a firearm. It's for the purposes of killing or shooting people. I mean, that's like generally why they're developed, right? That's what their point is. And so and in the construct or the timing of, an epidemic of mass shootings, I just feel it's just hard for me to accept that Humboldt County is a purveyor of that in our statewide organizations. And to not know that wouldn't be controversial is hard for me to understand. Like, there's a whole host of things that you could be auctioning off. And from the photo I saw on Twitter, there was a host of things, but I don't know if like all the purveyors of those products knew that their products were aligned with a firearm. I'm sorry. It's hard for me. I don't understand it. I don't understand why in this time and day and age we have to even have this on our to discuss. That's just my 2 cents.
Chair.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So Supervisor Wilson, you're asking the question, so if, so our council says we can have the discussion. Are you not willing to make the appointment today? Do you want to do, what would you prefer to do here?
Well, I don't want to make this appointment today until I feel like I have enough information about what that was, because all I have is just like literally a
Well, why don't you, so what would you, how would you like to investigate that? What would be, do you want to do that off the dais? Or I see council raising their hand, so maybe.
I would just like to clarify that there can be a response to the questions that have been asked regarding this issue as it relates to information that will go towards either appointing or not appointing certain members to the RCRC board at this point.
Okay, so if the members who were present at this event can explain what happened, that would be great. I'd appreciate that.
I can say that I was not present this year, so as the alternate.
I was there. Wait, I auctioned. God, I feel like a merchant of death. I must sell 60 guns a year at my various auctions, but I feel like a merchant of death because I also donate wine tastings and cases of wine and liquor and promote alcoholism and drunk driving, I guess. This is a perfectly legal item, registered, sold. The basket does come from Humboldt County. I've asked in years past to have supervisors partake. Nobody's really, Michelle helped out with the fishing trip last year. The auctions go to the charities that are chosen by that year's chair. I believe the year I was chair, we brought back $63,000 for 5 charities here in Humboldt County. If you want me to promise I'll never sell another gun, I'll do that. I mean, I try to bring, now this is a rural counties group. that may not take the same attitude when they live out rurally on firearms. Firearms are not made, I've never seen one, and I've been a licensed hunter since I was 10 years old. I have never seen or bought a gun because you buy this to kill people. We can inflame that all we want, but I mean, I know it's an election year, let's dirty up everything else as much as we can, but this is an auction item that I do. We've had the #1 basket for 10 years in a row. Usually I fund most everything, and I get some donations from people throughout the county. We had a full basket of Humboldt-made stuff. I had $500 of Humboldt grass-fed beef. I had redwood benches made out of redwood that were made here. So I tried to promote locally. The gun actually got in there because I'd won a gun at a raffle. I didn't want it, traded it in for the pistol, and donated to the basket. And I figured and then we are legally transferring that. He's going to have to do the 10-day waiting period at a licensed firearm dealer. We are going to transfer it. It has to be legally transferred at a licensed FDL, and then it will be his. So it will be a registered gun in his name. He will do the background checks, the 10-day waiting period. We will do everything that is legal to own a firearm. And again, this was not anything I was hidden, because I know we put the sign up that said everything that was in the basket. So if somebody wanted to walk by it and read it and says, hey, I'd like to donate to the RCRC auction, that would be perfectly available to them. I think I have represented RCRC well. Obviously, I'm on my I've been chosen to the executive committee for the second time. I was voted chair in 4 years, after 4 years of belonging. I think I represent as well. Yes, we are looking at a biomass project that is trying to do a forest resiliency. We've got a 20-year agreement with the Forest Service to help maintain their forest for forest fire resiliency. Because when you make a forest resilient and take away underbrush, dead and dying trees, they have to go somewhere. They have to go somewhere. We can grind up some for compost and everything else. There's a whole there's a whole line with that. But I mean, if you want to save a lot of travel and time for me and everything else, so be it. But I mean, I did not do anything illegal, nor did I do anything that I think misrepresented Humboldt County, because I do see quite a few stores that sell firearms, and it was gotten at a local firearms store, paid for by me, not the county. There were no county funds involved at all with this project, at all. There was a little bit of, I think it was done at lunch, county time by staff and the people I get to work with that help me every year put this together. So it makes what makes Humboldt County great. I'm not saying guns make Humboldt County great, but grass-fed beef, the only place you could buy grass-fed beef in California during the drought. The only place, the biggest producer of redwoods. So I tried to promote that as much as I could, and have always done that in my baskets. Thank you. And I guess I'll just pile it on myself. This isn't the first time I've had a gun in my basket. So, and it's not the first time that a gun in another county's basket has been there. So the timing of this is wonderful.
Well, the timing of this has to do with the appointment that we're making or considering. And so I think, it's, I also just saw this, Twitter post and was reflecting on this because the county was tagged in it. And, I think if we want to set some sideboards about what we think represents Humboldt County at, statewide events, I think that's a good thing to do. This brings up the question, so it gives us the opportunity to have the discussion. I don't want to stray too far from the topic at hand, but I think it might be worthwhile to talk about whether, we want a 9mm handgun to be one of the auction items representing our county. I realize that it's popular, it's a moneymaker, all of that, but that's still, I think, a question for us to tackle together. I'd like to just suggest that we defer the appointment unless there is some pressing reason why we need to do it at this meeting. Is there a reason we need to do it today?
It's really the board's discretion.
Okay, I think we should defer it just to give ourselves some time to reflect. I would like that time.
Chair, what would the deferment date be to, and why?
Like, what would it accomplish?
Yeah. If you guys are not going to, if you obviously have some thoughts, and so we're going to push it down the road. So let's talk about it. What would yeah, no, I understand the question. Tracy.
Just to clarify with the board discretion, they do like to have it prior to the CSAC, which is the week of November 13th, which would allow really this week and the 7th of November to make those appointments. It's not required. There's no legality in it. The first meeting is in January 2024 for swearing in the new officers as far as the executive committee for RCRC, but it is important that we have our delegate chosen to represent us starting at that point. So just to be clear, prior to CSAC is preferable by RCRC.
I see. Yeah, thanks. I think, handguns in particular are something that raises a lot of emotional questions, and I want to try to keep it to and policy questions around what we choose to represent us and how we want to be represented and by whom on a statewide level. I mean, I don't think this is about an individual's character or anything. It's just a question of what we as a board think is an appropriate representation of us. So I don't really know what deferring it would accomplish other than just a chance to take a deep breath and think about what makes the most sense.
So around that question, if the board is not liking the items that were in the basket, let's talk about that and let's set some structure to what we don't like in the basket. I can say that I have attended almost all RCRC meetings since I've been elected, and Supervisor Bohn does a very good job. If you are questioning his representation on RCRC as how he represents the county, that's one thing. If you're questioning what he put in the basket, then let's talk about that. We're talking about the appointment, so if you have I hear two different items. You said you don't like the way that Humboldt County was represented in the basket, then let's have that discussion and say we want to be more specific on what we do for donation items. If you guys are wanting to have different representation on the RCRC committee, then let's really say that and move forward.
Through the chair, may I respond?
Please.
So I think the challenge is that we can't really go into the bigger question of what do we want to bring as donations or representations of Humboldt County to events, because we need to talk about the appointment, which is why I'm struggling with this. Now, the other question was raised about policy with respect to the Golden State Finance Authority and
natural resource.
Okay, well, what's listed here is RCRC, Golden State Finance Authority, Golden State Connect Authority. Is there another one that's missing?
I am a subsidiary on GSNR, which is looking at doing 2 pellet plants in Lassen, Modoc, and one in Tuolumne that are moving forward and they have a 20-year agreement with the Forest Service to do forest fire resiliency and have a home, and are working with a home for the product with a European and Pacific Rim countries. They're acquiring contracts, and we've been overseas. I am one of 5 members sitting on that board.
Is
Now,
that a subsidiary of these, and that
Yes.
is implicit in
Yes.
this? Okay.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo, if you would look at the, just to point out in the second paragraph of the discussion item, it talks about the National Association of Counties, the NACO Western Interstate Regional Board. I think that is what is being referred to as.
Through the chair. Let's see. First of all, I will say it was a bit dramatic of myself to say that a 9mm handgun is made just for killing people. It's not just for killing. People do use it for self-defense, but usually that's self-defense from other people. So it's the threat of, or target practice. I get it, you know, and it does have practical purposes with relationship to that. And I'm not adverse necessarily totally to the understanding of this as a technology. But what I'm getting at is that we try so hard to remove these from our streets. We try so hard to secure these items so that they are not create danger to our children and people in our community. They are so often used in crime that it is a concern. And there is definitely a huge policy discussion across the nation and within this community about it, that it's hard for me to imagine how one would not know that it wasn't controversial to have in this context or any context representing the county. That's the part I'm having a hard time with. We talk about this a lot. I mean, not a lot, but it's like mass shootings are a thing that are happening all the time. And this isn't a hunting rifle, and I get this is a rural organization, but the idea that just because it's a rural organization that everybody involved in that organization would feel similarly about a handgun is hard for me to understand. Like, we are part of that rural organization. There are rural counties where there are many people who feel pretty viscerally about these issues, and to just sort of bring it in there as if it's like nothing is or, you know, without consequence, I think is, I don't know, it doesn't seem very in tune, I guess. So from that perspective, I do believe that it is part of representation of our community to other communities. And it's not one that I agree with. It's not one that I think represents us. Everything else, I think, from what I could see in that basket, seemed fine, it more or less, but this is pretty big. So from that perspective, it just speaks to our representation. And I don't know, maybe Supervisor Madrone has some thoughts on it.
And I will. Supervisor Madrone has his hand up, I believe. And just so you said, when we started this out, I said, I will never take another gun. I'm somewhat in tune. I think I'm also in tune to why this is probably coming forward. So with that being said, the reason it got in the basket is because I won a 7-shot bolt-action shotgun at a raffle. I did not want it, traded it in for a pistol. Don't need the pistol. You're exactly right. I don't need the pistol. So I put it in the basket because I knew that it would sell and raise money for the charities for Butte County. Was I wrong? It was the #1 selling item out of 34 baskets, but I was probably wrong for doing that. In your eyes. And anyway, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I do think this is a very important discussion. I actually attended 2 out of the last 3 RCRC events, and I hung around our basket for a number of hours during the event, and I heard lots of interesting comments from participants at the event. Many of them thought that our basket was just way over the top. I do appreciate Supervisor Bohn's hard work in trying to generate, income for charities and stuff that this ultimately goes to at the choice of the chair of RCRC. I think everybody knows that Rex is a very hard worker. One person said to me, well, all of the rules or most of the rules that have been set around these baskets have occurred due to Supervisor Bohn's inclusion of the gun and at one point cannabis products, et cetera. And so I do see
And a dog.
I do see that even within the RCRC, there has been concern about some of these things being included in this basket raffle. And I don't think that the comments that were being made were in putting us in a good light. I think that's really the concern that's being expressed here as we're considering this appointment is, do we have somebody that is going to represent the interests of the county in a good light? And I think even more than including these things in the basket, it's disturbing to me, Supervisor Bohn, that you don't see the inappropriateness of that. You've been very defensive about it, and you said, well, fine, I just won't do it again. But frankly, it should have been obvious even before doing it, and that concerns me. Just as the biomass project in the Sierras concerns me because it is a seriously negative carbon equation to ship and ship all this stuff to China or whatever other Pacific Rim countries that ultimately receive this product. Yes, we have a lot of work to do in forest health and thinning of dead trees and other materials. And yes, we have to figure out what we're going to do with those products. And biomass conversion is one of those solutions. And if it's done right, it can actually be a very big positive. But the particular projects that are being pushed by RCRC and its affiliates, I think are way beyond the pale in regards to those kinds of things. It also has concerned me that you have a shotgun, I believe it is, or a rifle, something on the wall in your office. And I don't know if you keep ammunition there or not, but it seems highly inappropriate to me to have a gun in the courthouse, in your office. Not that I'm suggesting that you would use it at all, but these are all...
That's outside the subject.
But you got it in there.
Yeah, we need to keep it related to the appointment of the delegate to RCRC at this point.
Understood. But the fact that we had that horrible thing happen in San Francisco, I think it's appropriate to mention it. At any rate, if it's outside, it's outside. The point is that I think it is appropriate to be considering our representation, and I appreciate it being brought up, and we're getting this chance to discuss it. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please.
I want to return to the just the natural resources component. I just want to understand how it's connected. So is it a subsidiary of RCRC or Golden State Finance or GSCA? It's just not clear from the agenda item.
Golden State Finance.
So Golden State Finance Authority has a 5-member natural resource committee. Okay. That's all because I think, the community members who have reached out about that particular organization, I just didn't quite understand the connection. Thank you.
So I would like to make a motion, but I don't know if it would be supported. So can we have that conversation? If we are going to talk about be more involved in what the items are that go into the basket and representation for the county, then that would be great. But do we have a problem with the representation that Supervisor Bohn has done for RCRC? And are we supportive of him remaining as the member? Because that's the motion I would like to make, but can we have that discussion?
I'm not ready to make that decision today in support of that. I would be willing to support sort of the reversal of those roles with relationship to having you as the member and Supervisor Bohn as the alternate at this time. I would be willing to do that. I think that I'm just otherwise I really do need to sit on this for a bit because I don't have all the information. Although I do really appreciate Supervisor Bohn's efforts in wanting to promote charities as best he can. And I feel like the goal of being the best at that might overtake some decision making that I would question, you know. And so, but then I'm just saying it real clearly. But at the same time, I'll be really clear. I don't really want to do this. I don't. Do you want to be on RCRC?
Not particularly at this time.
Yeah.
So can
I think we have the folks
can-
who are interested in it.
Okay, so can I
Yeah.
offer an alternative, possibly? What if I took over the raffle as the alternate? And I could take over the raffle donations, and we have Supervisor Bohn remain as the chair for this year. I take over as the alternate person. I'm involved anyways, and I do go to the meetings, and I will be responsible for the raffle item. And
Can I ask you, what do you mean remain as the appointee, not the chair?
I'm the alternate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's not the chair of the organization.
I didn't say. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
Yeah,
mean
it's okay.
that.
It was just a miss. I was just
As the
getting-
appointee.
Okay, as the appointee, I appreciate that. I'm not there.
Okay.
It's not because it's not really totally about the raffle. You know,
Okay.
it's really about
That's what I wanted you to say.
representation in
That's
this
what I-
space.
okay.
It's like the raffle kind of represents this sort of how we're being represented in an organization, and externally, and it's hard. It's just that is a difficult. I want to put out there, like, we go to events. Do we go to those events? Sometimes we drink and have fun and dance and swear? Sure, we do certain. I'm just saying, we're human beings. We go to these things. We do these things. We do raffles. All those things happen. Like, we're humans. This is a pretty big, for me. This is kind of like a pretty big step in a direction that is symbolic of not really grasping the communities. I mean, I get there's going to be all kinds of issues around this within the community, and some people are going to be really, yeah, this is the best thing ever. You should have more of that. And then there's a huge amount of the community be like, this is terrible. Don't ever do this again. The point is, everything else is there. No one's going to care about, right? So the idea that we're acting in a way that we don't understand, that this wouldn't be controversial, is very hard for me to think, and I don't think that that's the representation that you want to have in these spaces. That's my thing. I think I would be okay with switching these two roles. I don't know what Supervisor Madrone thinks of this because he's not here, but that's kind of where I'm at. We can see where these votes go, but that's where I feel like that's where my head is at. And again, because I haven't had a lot of time to process this necessarily, so that's why I'd be happy to postpone this.
I guess I could ask you, Supervisor Wilson and Arroyo, because I see both of you shaking your head. Is postponing it going to change your mind?
I would just support that reversal of roles as well. I think having someone who's from a more rural portion of the community on that board makes sense. There's kind of nothing that I'm not interested in. I think all of these facets of support for and governance in our community are important. So when I said I wasn't interested, it's not that I'm not interested. It's just I don't think it's the best fit because I think you, frankly, understand rural issues more. And so I'd be supportive of that. I do want to echo. I'm sure it may or may not be received in the way it's intended, but I want to say I also appreciate that effort towards community fundraising and nonprofit support. But I do have. I would echo those concerns about the judgment of a couple of these actions.
Okay, it's kind of funny. I told everybody I wanted to die on Sunday because I did 2 Christian school auctions on Friday and Saturday night. So I don't know. I guess that would be poor judgments to the atheists out there. With that being said, we didn't belong to RCRC till I came on this board. I remember the first meeting we went to was over in California side of Tahoe. I think Amy Nielsen went with me. And after that, we joined because of all the, I know RCRC gets used extensively by our staff because we have quite a large lobbying force, and we're actually a pretty large organization. I was fortunate enough on my second year there to be voted into the chairs. And I've served 11 years. I've missed 1 meeting in 11 years. But I remember the statement was said that elections have consequences. And no matter how this is painted, I can see how it's being painted. And hopefully you guys find someone to run against me, and you can paint this against me too in the next 6 weeks. You better hurry. But I will second the and have Michelle be head of CSAC and RCRC. And I'm not going to say it, you guys. I'm just not going to say it.
Is there a motion then? Is that, and I'll just do it. I'll make a motion to.
The motion's on the floor.
Motion.
With a second.
Any public?
Yes, Vice Chair Bohn, we have 3 callers in the queue. 5343 is the first caller. You have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Gary Hughes, and I'm a longtime Southern Humboldt local, though I'm currently residing down in the San Francisco Bay Area. Thanks for the opportunity to offer a virtual comment from long distance. I currently work as the Americas Program Coordinator with the international organization Biofuel Watch. I want to say I'm very impressed by the discussion that just occurred. And I am, though, a little bit concerned. I still think there's some obfuscation about what is really happening with Golden State Natural Resources, and I don't think staff or Supervisor Bohn have actually been really transparent about it. So I definitely believe the board deserves to have more facts and information. With that, though, you seem to be taking perhaps appropriate action. In closing, I want to flag that the county is exposed to significant reputational risk by having had an official role in the promotion of the Golden State Natural Resources wood pellet export project. There's a lot of very serious governance irregularities surrounding this project. So, definitely I appreciate that people are taking that type of dynamic into account in terms of what kind of role we'd like Humboldt County to have on a state level. So anyhow, again, I was very impressed by the level of discussion. Thanks for your attention to my comment, and I'm available as a resource to provide more information on this and related matters.
Thank you, caller. Next, we have 9535. You've been prompted to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, it's Connie Stewart from Arcata, and I know we're having a conversation about RCRC's appointment, and I think that there is a lot missing from what Rex does for RCRC. First of all, I think it's important to note that he drives to every single meeting. He's only missed one meeting since he got this appointment, and you know, I would hope that whoever gets appointed is willing to put in the effort for that. Because of Rex's leadership in this, and I know because I've been on 16-hour drives to make sure we get to RCRC events with Rex. The whole rural broadband issue came because Rex pushed RCRC. Millions and millions and millions of dollars are going to rural counties because of that. In addition, I was at that auction. It was not the only weapon-related auction item that evening. There was also a squirrel shootout at a ranch that happened that evening. So this event tends to be, and this board tends to be very rurally, and actually, I make a joke that Rex is actually quite liberal in this group of people. It sounds to me like if you were concerned about Golden State Natural Resources, there is always an option for the county to pull out of that activity. As a matter of fact, from this conversation, it maybe sounds like you all don't want to be members of RCRC either. And so maybe that's the consideration. But I think Rex has represented the county extremely well. He has been a leader at RCRC, pushed them to do more rural issues, and he's been at every meeting except for one. And that means driving to Tuolumne County, not just driving to Sacramento or driving to all sorts of other rural counties. So, you know, I know I've been in the room with him a lot, and he's done a lot of good things. And okay, maybe a couple of times he's done things that in Arcata I wouldn't do. But I think you're making a big mistake by not supporting him on this board because he does a great job representing rural. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next, we have 7718. You've been prompted to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Kent Swapsky. I do own a firearm. It's licensed and legal. I've never been to the range to learn how to operate it properly, so it's never been fired. I also strongly support biomass. I support it locally. I don't support necessarily hauling it off, trying to get more of it done, hopefully maybe even locally out here in Cordell. I do have some information that I would forward to you to public records request on this particular topic. And it distressed me quite a bit. It was an email chain, and you can get it from your staff. Your staff participated in that, your county staff there in your office. And it was regarding a firearm. It wasn't a handgun. It was, I believe, a custom-made rifle. And the question coming from RC staff was, how are we going to transfer this weapon? And it was quite disturbing to me that I believe, if I recall, and you can get the emails and I can be corrected, the Rex's response, well, I have plenty of liability insurance, just leave that up to me. The response from the RCRC staff was, well, we don't know about guns, so we will just do that. And if that happens, that's very distressing. You know, that firearm may not have been transferred legally. It may have. I'm not privy to the final result of that. But if it wasn't transferred, and it was just based upon somebody having liability insurance, you know, ATF could be involved in something of this nature. So it doesn't sound like it's just the first case. I strongly support Bushnell being on there. I would like to see somebody else on there with her. Madrone mentioned he's been to some of them. Possibly he has the ability to do that, or to take the time. With carpooling down is the way to go to these things. So the two of them probably could drive and take a staff car and Anyway, that's my perception out there. Sometimes it's good for change. Sometimes, no matter how much good somebody does, negativity can be brought to a situation that outweighs that. And I think this might be one of these circumstances. I found it important tabling this until all this other things. Strongly support you requesting emails that I've mentioned here, so you can read those for yourself, and hopefully, I believe others agree and they interpret the same way I do. So that's my opportunity.
Thank you, caller. Next, we have caller 2223. You've been prompted, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Craig Johnson. And I wasn't going to weigh in on this, but my goodness, I really have a hard time hearing Supervisor Bohn being dragged through the mud like this. He puts forth so much effort and time into our community and really represents a solid cross-section of our community. We have diversity. We don't all live in the same space and believe the same beliefs. And I believe, in my opinion, Supervisor Bohn represents a cross-section of our community. And what he did was not an issue in my standpoint. As he said, the firearm would be transferred through the legal channels. So that is, again, the choice of the winner of that firearm to go through that process. And again, I feel like the board should be handling this differently, and I really feel for Supervisor Bohn right now, and I feel he should be left in the position with RCRC. He has done a great job, and if he has not done all the work to get us on board with that organization, we probably wouldn't be. Thank you so much.
Thank you, caller. And with that, Vice Chair Bohn, we do not have any more hands up in Zoom.
Is there any comments from the public?
Charles Benbow, I'm having a little trouble following this. Council said this was about an appointment, and now we're discussing whether Rex should be on the RC. It seems like that's a long ways away from talking about whether an appointment should or should not be made. That's okay. The second thing is, I sat through 30 minutes here of this board being very intent about the fire situation, not being able to get insurance in this county because of forest fires. And then this has evolved into comments about one of the organizations here getting biomass out of the forests. And then a guy called in and said that he doesn't think she should go to China. There's lots of alternatives. So at least on this thing, I can talk about something I know. Do you have any idea how much debris is in the forests now? These forests that are causing this insurance problem, these fires, are caused by lightning strikes in overburdened forests, in overburdened national forests, and by power lines that get trees and limbs blown onto them and start these same forest fires. And that's what's killed the people in Paradise. That's what's burned the millions and millions of acres that have taken place. And I've been to the Forest Service and I've asked, what is the carbon put into our environment by a forest fire? And the answer was, we can't answer that question because we don't have a control. That we have never measured all of the debris and dead forests that have been caused by our ability to fight fires. And so they can't tell us how much, but I would guess that it's probably very significant. So, and you can't, what are you going to do with it? California hasn't ruled biomass energy green. So where are you going to take the millions of loads of debris if you don't send them overseas? I mean, I don't have an answer, but this issue has been talked about in a much larger scale than just a firearm. And people are bringing in opinions about where we go with debris, how it's removed. And I just don't think that the size of the scope of this issue is really being considered relative to a handgun and perhaps misjudgment on whether it represents Humboldt County or not. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Natalie DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Not speaking on behalf of the organization today, but really just want to express our support for the work that Supervisor Bohn has done with RCRC over the last several years. Because I have the benefit of sitting in these offices and chambers so much over the last several years, I have heard of the work that has been conducted and completed on behalf of our county because of Supervisor Bohn. To the question of the gun at RCRC, I think that's an RCRC policy consideration. If that organization, which is essentially like a trade association for rural counties, does not want firearms at their raffles, then that should be discussed at RCRC. To the point of what is Humboldt County going to do with biofuels, I'm pretty sure that in the next month or two, the strategic plan for your government affairs stuff comes up. That usually happens about November, December. And so that really should be a discussion point for the county through the strategic planning of how the county wants to deal with biofuels. It seems like right now what we're doing is nitpicking about a appointment. I think that Supervisor Bohn, if he's willing to keep doing this job, would be great. I think that for Supervisor Bushnell to have to wear both hats for CSAC and RCRC might be a little bit overwhelming. If you're willing to do it and that's the mood of this board, then so be it. But I would really support keeping Supervisor Bohn in this position. And let's not use these case-by-case things. Like, one is RCRC should figure out, and two, we should figure out through our strategic plan. Thank you.
And I will be fully transparent here. GSN, or RCRC does have a policy suggesting no guns. I actually took it to the legal and said, I will hold on to the gun till I actually get to an FDL and transfer it to the winning bidder. So I am transferring it to the winning bidder this Monday in Jamestown, California, under that relationship. So I still have possession of that legally purchased licensed firearm, which cannot be transferred to this individual unless he has a safety lock for the trigger and a gun safe at his residence where the gun will be. Both of those are requirements for firearms. So it's, you're right, guns do cause a lot of problems. Cars cause a lot of problems. Alcohol causes a lot of problems. And I wish we could ban them all and fix it all, and then we could all, be fine. But it is a certifiably legal item when transferred and properly paperworked, so everybody has background checks and everything else. Less than, I think, 5% or 8% of crimes are caused by guns that are registered to the owner that is holding it when the crime is. So anyway, it's been moved and seconded.
Hold on. It has moved and seconded. I was going to put out there, I do actually really appreciate the work. I appreciate the reminder of the work, the hard work that Supervisor Bohn has done with relationship to RCRC's taking on the broadband issue in the way, in the advocacy, in the way that they have, not just relationship to Humboldt County, but to rural communities around California. I think that is extremely important and not to be missed. I want to say that I also believe that while there is controversy around biomass and the and how we manage our forests, we are going to have to manage our forests one way or another. And so I think there are definitely significant policy disagreements we have with relationship to that. I would ask that we get a report at some, if we remain within RCRC, which I think we probably will, but if this organization still moves forward with the biomass products that are projects that they're looking to do, that maybe we get a report back to this organization if we're going to be involved especially directly within those. I think it's important that we have that discussion here at the board, because it's something that our whole community has been talking about for a long time. I'm going to say, like, I kind of feel like I've been heard. I feel like you've been heard. I feel like I'm hoping that there's an understanding about these issues moving forward. Only if I can get, I think if I'm actually willing to go back to Supervisor Bohn as our delegate, knowing that that the behaviors and the representation matters, and that should take that into consideration moving forward, that the diversity of this community should not be, discounted with relationship to that. But then also, I really want to have that policy discussion around biomass here with relationship to the work that's being done there. I'm happy to have that conversation. But I would want the other board members to be okay with this, because I'm wavering with relationship to that. But I hear what is being said with relationship to the comments we received today. I'm hoping that's the message has been sent pretty clearly. But again, there has to be consequences at some point. I mean, this is not the only time we've had these sort of issues around representation and behaviors of Supervisor Bohn with relationship to the presentation. And again, as a human being who I don't always represent myself in the best light necessarily as well. I'm just saying, we're humans, right? So we make those mistakes. But it just seems like it keeps coming back, and it's more, and so that's the problem I'm having with relationship to this. So I would want to hear from the other board members. I don't want to belabor this too much. I'll be okay with if we do it the way we're going right now, but I would consider, I'm sorry I'm wavering, and I feel bad about that with relationship to the other board members who may have stronger feelings about this than I do.
So do we take a...
I have Supervisor Madrone's hand up.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Acting Chair. So I just wanted to clarify the motion. I thought that the motion that actually got put forth was to have Michelle take over with the auction basket. And then I heard some discussion about a possible motion of switching roles from alternate to member, et cetera. So can we get a clarification of the motion that's on the table, please?
Can I?
Who did the motion?
Mike made the motion that I become the seat and Rex become the alternate. Correct?
I did make that motion.
Okay,
And it was seconded by Rex.
and with that, I'm proud of my work with RCRC. Did you have CO?
No, I'm just pondering procedurally, because I think I'm hearing Mike as the motion maker potentially withdrawing his motion.
Yes.
So I think we need to determine if we have a motion on the table right now or not.
And Steve, because you're not here, it's hard for me to see where you're going with this. What do you have thoughts on that?
I think it's been a really good discussion, and I'm hoping everybody has taken the comments to heart and understanding that, our role, while we are very fragile human beings, is to represent the whole community as best as we can. And so I very much would like to talk more about the biomass issue and have that come back as a panel and bring in some people and have a good hour discussion on that. But I'm fine with moving forward on whatever the board as a majority feels is appropriate. I am not looking to be the RCRC representative or its alternate. I have a lot on my plate already. And I do appreciate those that participate and represent us. I just think we got to really be careful with how we go about doing that representation.
Supervisor Rowe.
I'm also fine with that. I do think, RCRC and CSAC are a lot for one person. Although, I appreciate your willingness to serve in that role. I would like that, and this is consistent with our code of conduct too, for us to just, ensure that the way that we're representing the county's position on issues, even within the organizations that we're appointed to on behalf of the county, that there's consistency there, and that we talk about this question of biomass. And frankly, I would appreciate that conversation for my role in RCEA as well. So there's going to be a lot of implications of that are far-reaching to the organizations that we sit on boards for. So I think with that clarification, and I think we've certainly talked plenty about the other issues, so I think I'm fine with returning to that appointment if you'd be willing to serve.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Clarification from council, do we need to take a vote on this and then come back to another motion if it fails?
No, I've rescinded my motion, and I think the original motion still stands, and I'll second the original motion, which
My
is
motion
yours.
was to appoint Supervisor Bohn with myself as alternate, and it sounds like Wilson seconds that. Do we need public comment on that again, or are we good?
No, and I will.
Can I do the basket?
Yeah, you can do the basket. Trust me, I don't want to do the basket anymore. And I'm not bringing a gun, obviously. And I believe to the chagrin of somebody, the firing pin is out of the shotgun in my office. So just so you know, it's a decoration. It's not a gun. With that being said, I do want to know, we do serve on a lot of boards. In 11 years, this is the first time it's ever come up to question, so I've never questioned anything with the Coastal Commission. I'm fully aware that I have to bring everything back to Humboldt County. I am fully aware, and I think I have, now that's just me, I think I have represented, I don't beat the broadband drum or anything else, but I think I have represented on so many other issues, fire resiliency and everything else. I'm honored to serve on RCRC. I've had fun doing it, and I've done a good job. So with that being,
For clarification, I'm appointed to the Coastal Commission by the governor, not by this board.
Understand, but you still, anyway, I understand, I knew that. I understand that. But, and the other thing is, I will let you know, I will try to schedule a presentation from GSNR to our board on what they are moving forward with. I think they will want to wait till early next year when the EIR is done and starts circulating, so you can actually see what's, where rubber has hit the road. So with that, I thank you.
Good. Okay, we ready for a roll call? Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
I could throw it for, yes.
Thank you. And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yeah.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Tracy.
With that, we will now go to, I will turn this over to John Ford, and
Chair.
yes.
So I am going to abstain from this conversation. I don't think I have a conflict, but out of just abundance of caution, I'm going to be stepping out of the room.
Vice Chair Bohn and members of the Board of Supervisors, John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Nikki, could I get share screen? Awesome. So on October 3rd, the board directed staff to develop an approach to address the cannabis permit holders and applicants who have not paid their Measure S taxes or have not paid the costs associated with processing their permits. The proposal that we're coming back to you with is a plan that really has two core components. The first component is to give deadlines. The second component is to provide consequences. The plan for each of Measure S and the costs associated with the permit processing are slightly different, and I will go through those separately. But first, I wanted to just give you a bit of an overview on the situation with Measure S taxes. We currently have 962 permits or applications owing over $14 million. There are 307 approved permits that owe slightly over $4 million, and there's 78 active interim permits that owe slightly over $1 million. And one of the things that you're probably all madly doing the math in your heads, but there are, I believe, 577 permits then, subtracted 307 plus 78 from the 962. There's about 577 permits or X permits that are not currently permits that owe about $9 million. So I want to just give you an example of what that looks like. And of the 3 top tax delinquencies, those are represented on the screen, and you can see that 2 of them are not active permits. 1 of them was denied, 1 of them was canceled, and that means that those tax accruals were the result of an interim permit. There is 1 permit for that owes $217,000 that is part of an approved permit. Just also as an aside, point out that that applicant or permit holder brought their permit processing costs current in June of 2023. So maybe there's hope there. The next table shows the top 3 fees that are owed, and you can see those range from $10,877 to $21,754. And they're all approved permits. 1 of them has a tax bill. 1 of them does not, by reason of the fact that it's a manufacturing facility, and so there is no tax on non-cultivation, and the other one is current with their tax. So what we have proposed is that we would first go through and assess the 962 areas or permits, X-permits, current permits that owe taxes, and do an assessment of whether or not they are likely related to an existing application, an existing permit, or somebody that's still active. And if not, we'll send a letter out indicating that you don't appear to be active and you have 30 days to bring your tax current. Otherwise, we're going to take your permit forward for denial. And then for existing permits, that would also include interim permits. The idea is that they would enter into a written agreement with the treasurer tax collector, and that agreement would be entered into by December 31st of 2023 with a payment plan that would have all of the balance paid off by December 31st of 2024. The idea here is that all of the back taxes that are due would be paid off before the county starts charging taxes again. And that would be for the 2024 tax year due in 25. So if everything's paid off by 2024, then the slate would be clean. In the event that the payment plan is not followed, there is a proposal that will be coming forth to the Planning Commission and the board to create a provision within the zoning ordinance to suspend a permit. And the idea would be that if people are not following their payment plan, that their permit could be suspended. And if it's not brought current within, I believe it was 60 days, that then it could result in revocation. And if all the taxes are not brought current by the end of 2024, then the permit would be brought forward for revocation. Relative to planning permit fees, the biggest bundle of fees is within the area of over 90 days past due, and there's $1.6 million that are past due there. You can see the other layout. It's a total of $2.1 million in terms of accounts receivable. So the idea with the planning permit cost is that we're not going to work, the planning and building department is not going to work on permits anymore. That, in fact, we've stopped working on permits where there is no deposit in place. If there's not money to pay for the work, we're not working on the application. And then applications that are more than 90 days past due, that's the $1.6 million that was identified in the prior slide. They would be given 90 days to come current. If those are not brought current, they would be taken forward. If they're not approved permits, they would be taken forward to the zoning administrator with a recommendation for denial. Interim permits that are not current with respect to their payments, it has been our practice to not extend those, and that would be true again this year, that any interim permit holder that is delinquent in their payment of costs, the interim permit would not be extended. And then for approved permits that have delinquent costs due, they would be given 60 days to bring their account current. If their account is not brought to current, the new provision to suspend the permit would be exercised. And then if it remained unpaid for a period of 90 days, after the 60 days, then it would be brought forward for the Board of Supervisors for revocation. That, in a nutshell, is a very high level of the proposal. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Bring it back to my 3 and 1 in the Zoom land. Okay.
No, Supervisor Madrone does not have his hand up.
Okay. Do we have any hands up?
We do for
I will
public
take
comment.
public. I
Sorry,
will
yes.
switch it straight to public comment.
Okay. Thank you. We have caller 7718. You've been prompted to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Ken Sawowski, I wish to do a shout out to people doing good things. Supervisor Michelle Bushnell is not in the chamber. My understanding is she's one of the few people that her family member entered into the payment plan and is paying it as we speak. I also wish to shout out to a person who his name is Steve Liu. I got a PRA request on the 7 people suing the county named on that lawsuit. And out of that, Mr. Stephen Liu was the only person who seemed to be current on his cannabis and his other taxes. And those are good things. So 1 out of 7, that's not too bad. The problem you have here is the county. Let's use an example. Let's say you had two master charge in the visa. One charged you 18% and 10% late fees. The other one didn't charge any interest, and there were no late fees. Which one of those would you pay on? Well, I think that's common sense. So we happen to be the one that appears to be the no late fees and no interest penalty. So you need to change that, and I strongly support you moving forward with this. From the public viewpoint, the time for this hammer to come down should be probably somewhere around the end of March. If somebody hasn't done their due diligence, and it gives them plenty of time to enter into these agreements and start the process. I think that would be a great time to go ahead and no longer allow them to participate. The county needs the money. Those of us that do pay our taxes, and those of the growers and farmers who I greatly respect who have met their financial obligations. A shout out of great thanks to those people. It sounds like they're few and far between. There's probably the successful business ones out there who really know what they're doing. For the other ones, I hope you will go ahead and do the right thing and start making your payments and entities payment books. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, caller. Next, we have 2223. You've been prompted to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you for the time to comment. This is Craig Johnson, owner and operator of Alpenglow Farms with my wife. We are current, but I just want to bring some thoughts forward, and that is a lot of this fall behind by the community has been felt all the way across the community, whether it's the main street you see anywhere in Humboldt County where the restaurants have closed, et cetera. It's just the public can't really see what's happening on the cannabis farms. They're not up a dirt road seeing a family struggling through the effects and lingering effects of COVID and compliance and a crash of a cannabis market on top of it. Measure S came back into play a couple weeks ago in a board meeting, and Supervisor Bohn did mention there's a little light at the end of the tunnel, but that little bit of light needs to shine for a little bit before we can actually recover. We're still trying to recover from compliance agreements and maybe even checking some of those boxes off yet on some extensions on that. So again, time is appreciated, and we have to raise all this as a community. And please look around at Main Street and see what you see. That effect is running into rural parts of the community, maybe where you don't necessarily see a storefront. Appreciate the time to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. With that, Vice Chair, we have no more callers in Zoom.
Thanks, Nick. With that, I will go to public comment. Seeing you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Natalie DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. I really want to say thank you to staff for bringing forward this item. It is a representation of good governance. You know, having rules, deadlines, and consequences is what helps us all have boundaries and succeed in life. So I have one main point that I would really recommend that is installed, and that is simply to shift the date from December 31st to March 31st. Right now we're deep in the middle of harvest. We also have a lot of county government closure deadlines between now and December 31st. And so just being cognizant of timing, if we can kick this to March 31st, that would be best for farmers. That would also allow them to meet with their accountants and bookkeepers. Secondly, I would recommend moving it from December 31st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025. Again, it's a 90-day shift. Now, I do want to remind everybody, mostly for the public, that we are talking about Measure S, which is a tax that no other industry pays. And to date, we have paid more than $50 million to the Humboldt County General Fund. We want to recognize that the county extended a really gracious courtesy to cannabis operators in 2021, of which we are very appreciative of. You know, back in 2020, when the pandemic hit, do you know that cannabis businesses were not capable of receiving any government relief? There was no emergency relief available for county cannabis operators anywhere in the state. And when the market collapsed in 2021, we are grateful that the county deferred payments. That first payment was deferred until the first payment that was due in October 2021 was deferred until May 2022. Again, in 2022 of February, you reduced our Measure S tax by 85%, and then following in November, it was 100% reduction for 2 years. These are very appreciated. This is what we asked for, and it was through this that we took advantage as an industry of these deferred rates. And as Craig Johnson from Alpenglow said, you know, these farmers have needed this time to be able to make right with their compliance agreements and make right with their permitting costs. And so, as your board today is setting new guidance, the operators that are remaining will get on payment plans and they will complete their tax returns or their tax payments. But like I said, please kick that deadline out by 90 days from December 31 to March 31. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing that, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Yes.
The chair, I have a question for staff. If I may. There was really, of all the comments, there's kind of one suggestion there, which was the deferment to March 30th or 31st or whatever that was. Can you comment on that? And
yeah, I think that the dates are somewhat subjective to begin with. There's no magic date And if the board wants to move everything to the right 90 days, that's really a policy decision. It does allow all the taxes to be paid before they have to start paying taxes in 2025, which was the real goal. So I think it does achieve that objective.
Well, for me, unless there's further discussion, that seems like a reasonable policy decision based on staff recommendation.
And the only other thing is, and if I could have a wave, there's no problem with the tax collector on that. Okay, she's nodding her head to the public. I'm not going to ask her to come up. She nodded her head very vigorously. It doesn't matter. So, and yeah, you're exactly right. And I mean, sad but true. We're actually just moving because nothing happens between November 15th and New Year's anyway, it seems like. So, sorry. But anyway, Supervisor Wilson?
Through the chair, I'd happy to make the motion to approve staff recommendation with the recommended modification.
I'll second.
You've got a supervisor's hand up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't have that, so.
I texted you, sorry.
Oh, I'm
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would have preferred to be able to make my comments before a motion was made, but it's been made. You know, for years, there are a number of interim permit holders who frankly never proceeded with providing the information and reports that were necessary to move their permits forward, and yet they continue to grow year after year. There are a lot of people out there that have taken great advantage of that situation and then are just walking away. I want to thank those farmers who have been very responsible, and I know it's not easy under the current circumstances with the market, but those that have already paid their bills, their fees, their taxes, kudos to you for prioritizing those things when you didn't absolutely have to, because we've never set any deadlines really, although we did. I believe we set a deadline of, what was it, October 30th or whatever of this year to get your payment plans together and start getting current. I reviewed the entire list, something like 3,000 entries of the Measure S taxes and who's paid, who hasn't, what's outstanding. And out of that list, 1% or less of the outstanding bills, those people have made self-payment plans. Only 1% have come forward and put a self-payment or a payment plan together with the tax collector. I applaud you, those of you that have done that. I think that showed good faith. And to the rest of you, I don't understand why you didn't come in and make a payment plan. My concern is, as was said, kicking it down the road further. I'm not supportive of that. I just think that's extremely foolish. Frankly, at this point in time, I don't think we're going to collect a whole lot of this money because we've given people so much extra time with no consequences, which was in the very beginning of the slideshow, that people are going to just continue to do what they can do and grow as much as they can until they can't. And then they're walking away from these properties. There was already the $500,000 that's owed, but that was, the permits were with the leasee, and the sheriff was brought in, they were shut down, but we're never going to be able to collect that $500,000 because the underlying property owner is not responsible under the Measure S tax. And that's, I think, a big failure or a big miscalculation in that situation. So the only way we're ever going to get any of this tax or fees paid is to set some firm deadlines. On the recommendations in regards to the payment of fees, I absolutely agree with the recommendations that have been provided there, and I think they're good recommendations. I think that they go a long way towards trying to reel that in by basically saying, if you don't get current on your fees, we're not working on your permits. And if you have paid if you haven't paid your fees by a certain point, you're going to have your license suspended and or revoked, those kinds of things. I think that's some good strong mechanisms there that are in place, but I would add to it that those that do end up in suspension, which I believe John Ford has stated that he will be coming back with a suspension amendment to our ordinances so that the department can suspend and not just necessarily revoke. And I very much support that. I look forward to that coming back. So on the fees part of it, I think we've got it right here. But on the taxes part, I do not think we have it right. For those that have already set up payment plans as of yesterday, I would go along with the recommendations from the department completely, because I think that 1% showed really good faith in making the effort to come forward. You know, coming in and making a payment plan in no way meant that you had to suddenly pay all this money all at once. But the failure to set up that plan is, I think, very telling. So I would change the recommendations for those that did not come in and have had ample opportunity to do so. They have not set up a payment plan. I would actually move the deadlines forward rather than backwards or further out. And basically, I would set it up. I mean, there's an equitability issue here, and I'll go into what I would recommend for those that did not set up a self-payment plan. But there's a very strong equitability argument here. While a lot of Main Street businesses did get some COVID relief and can write off their expenses, unlike cannabis, it is also true that they did not get any sales tax relief or other kinds of relief like the cannabis farmers have. In the last 4 years, we completely zeroed out the Measure S tax for 2 years. 1 year, it was 15%, and this current year, going into next year, is at 10%. That equals out to about 5% over the 4 years. Also, those that have paid their taxes completely without even a requirement to do so necessarily, it's very unfair to them that others that have not set up a payment plan and have not paid their taxes or fees are continuing to grow. And if we move these deadlines out to December of next year, that means they're going to grow next year again without having paid any of that necessarily. And that is very unfair to those that have stepped up and have made those payments. So I just see that as a very unequitable situation, and enough is enough. Until we set deadlines and serious consequences, what's going to happen here is that people are going to walk away, and it's not just the tax money and fees that we don't get. It's also going to be an abundance of properties that have massive cleanup bills because of the debt to the environment from the grading, the leftover garbage, the diversions, and all those things that are still in place. So I don't want to see that problem grow, and I want to basically separate the wheat from the chaff here, so to speak, and really make it good for those that want to step up and make it right. But those that aren't, I'm not interested in giving them another growing season. I don't want to revoke their license immediately, though. So I would move the dates up to where, yes, you basically have to get a payment plan together by December 31st, but you need to become current by March 30th before the growing season begins. Because if we don't set a March 30th deadline for that, people are going to grow this summer, they're going to take whatever they've got, and they're going to walk away. A vast majority of people are going to just walk away, and that's not okay. So if you have made the payment plan, I would go with the December 31st of 2024 as the deadline for all taxes and fees paid. But if you have not already set up a payment plan, you need to do it by December 31st of this year, and you need to become current by March 30th. And if you do not, I would suspend those licenses so they are not allowed to grow this summer, and I would give that list to the sheriff to prioritize enforcement of that in order to protect the responsible farmers who have stepped up and either made a payment plan or have come current with their taxes and the rest of it. So that's my basic thoughts on this. I don't want to reward the irresponsible behavior anymore, and I want to maintain and support those responsible farmers who have done the right thing. So that's my input. So I do not support the motion that is on the table.
Supervisor Wilson.
Appreciate that discussion, Supervisor Madrone, and I apologize for jumping in with a motion. I just didn't see you, and it's hard. We're just not used to having you not here. I think I understood what you were saying, but maybe Director Ford can help me with this. and Steve or Supervisor Madrone, maybe help me with this. Are you saying that you want if growers come in with or cannabis producers come in with a payment plan by December 31st, then the deferment goes to March? Or that's what is that not what you're saying? Or were you, can you go through that one more time? Or maybe John, did you hear what he said? And
I will try and clarify that.
yeah, thanks, Lai. I
As best
apologize.
can. No, I'll clarify it in short form. First of all, I want to reward those that have come in and made a payment plan. They've already done that as of yesterday. Those folks would have till December 31st of 2024 to become current on their fees and or taxes. The vast majority is taxes. So is that clear? I'll go through them one at a time.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear what you're saying.
Okay, yeah. And then second, if you have not already made a payment plan, then you need to do so by December 31st of this year, and you need to become current by March 30th of 2024. And if you are not current by March 30th, then your permit goes into suspension. And if you do not bring the taxes up to snuff, pay them all off by December of 2024, then your permit would be revoked. Okay?
And Steve, Supervisor Madrone, sorry to interrupt because again, you're on Zoom and I'm having a hard time.
I hear you.
That's assuming no payment plan in that second rent thing, right? That's what you're saying? Like, what, is that right?
No,
Okay.
no. So if you have not already made a payment plan, you need to make a payment plan by December 31st of this year, and then you need to become current on your taxes by March 30th. Or you simply need to become current with your taxes by March 30th of 2024. Either of those could be possible. If you plan to pay it off by March 30th, you don't need a payment plan. But if either way, for those that have not already set up a self-payment plan, they will need to become current with their taxes by March 30th, or you'll be suspended. That protects those farmers who are already paying their taxes or have taken the advantage of coming in and making a payment plan. 1% of people have done that. So I'm trying to create a tiered process where those responsible get another year or 2 months. Those that have not taken advantage of that payment plan, you've got 4.5 months to get current with your taxes or you'll be suspended. And then if you become current with those taxes by the end of the year, December 31st, you would not have your permit revoked. But if you are not current by the end of 2024, then your permit would be revoked. That's the kind of dates and timelines with consequences that will separate out those who fully intend to stay in this business and pay their debts. And to be honest, it was the cannabis community that pushed hard for this measure as tax because they wanted to be considered to be legitimate parts of the business community. And I understand there's a big burden on cannabis, but anyway, I hope that clarifies what I've been suggesting.
I've got a question to Mr. Ford. I keep hearing this 100% in outstandings. Are a lot of those outstandings, how many of those are outstanding? And how many do you think, or maybe, because I know we have quite a few, or maybe not quite a few, bills in contention? You know, the double bills, they're saying, hey, I got billed by 2 different planners for the same thing. Is there quite a bit of that trying to get it straightened out, or have everybody just walked away? And
I mean, normally people who will raise a question about contention about a bill do it pretty quick. They get the invoice, sticker shock, or if something just doesn't appear right, they make an immediate call. We tend to deal with it pretty quickly. So I don't think we're talking about folks that are trying to work out their bills.
Okay, so, and if I heard Chair Madrone right, he wants it to go back unless they've got something in line. They get something in line, I don't think that's out of the ordinary of them coming in and say, hey, I'm going to set up a payment plan. Because I don't think to get all these people set up, you're going to need some time to do it on payment plans and everything else. So can the motion stand and still, but if the motion stands, can we make these drop dead dates rather than, we have these drop dead dates that get kicked down the road, so, and you're right, and I'm not, and they have to pay, because we have a lot of legitimate guys out there. I got a lot of calls from people saying, hey, I've paid my taxes. There's people that have paid their taxes and are paying their taxes as they move forward. There's also a lot on there that paid $59 million in taxes and fees, and things went south in a hurry. And we took a lot of people before 2016 that were in business and said, you are now a legitimate business. You need to pay taxes. You need to pay state comp. You need to do everything else. It was a little overwhelming for a lot of our legacy farmers because they hadn't done that before. So there was a learning curve. That's not an excuse. I'm just saying there was a learning curve. So as we approach this, and I think we have separated, because we do have, I mean, as the sheriff said, we had 15,000 grows in 2015, and we're down to less than probably 2,000 with guerrilla and legal grows. So we've accomplished a lot of what we wanted to do for our watersheds, for the environment. A lot of those things have been accomplished. We've lowered and stabilized land prices. A lot has been accomplished, and for the guys that have hung on this long and are trying to pay a legitimate try, and you know who they are. You know the ones that are legitimately trying, the ones that are going to try to, bend the system. I think the motion that was made is a pretty solid motion, as long as everything is accurately set in stone and enforced.
Yeah, if I could respond to that.
Please.
We tried to write it in such a way that there are hard dates and there's consequences for things not happening. And so it sounds to me like, if I understand the nature of the conversation, the proposal relative to the collection of costs associated with permit processing, nobody's questioning that proposal doesn't seem to have any thought of needing to change. Relative to the collection of taxes, it seems like the board has the motion that was on the board on the floor, which was to change the deadline dates, the hard deadlines, from being December 31st of 2023 to March 31st of 2024, and then the final payment due by March 31st of 2025. And then I heard Supervisor Madrone after the fact kind of say that he would prefer to see the existing December date stay in effect for anybody who does not currently have a payment plan. And for those folks, rather than extending it out to December 31st of 2023, he'd asked that date be modified to March 31st of 2024.
Through the chair, if I may. So this motion could be modified to add those two amendments. And is that what I'm hearing? With relationship to just people who bring in their, who don't have payment plans, that the extension only applies to people who have, the proposed extension, the modification only applies to people who have payment plans. If you don't have a payment plan, that extension does not apply to you. So, what I'm understanding?
That could be done.
Okay.
Regardless of what the dates are, yeah, that could be done.
Okay.
I would just ask, though, is that we are trying to keep this kind of simple and uniform.
Yeah.
And so I do respect the idea of honoring people who have been operating with good intention and demonstrating that they're trying to work within the system and giving them credit for that.
Yeah. Okay.
Supervisor.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate the spirit of simplicity. I can understand the fairness argument at hand here. That said, I'd love to make this as simple and straightforward as possible. in general, support staff's recommendation or the modification that we, moved and seconded, just in the spirit of like moving forward with something, sure, if we feel like more people will come into compliance, if we give them, just a little bit more time in the grand scheme of things, I don't think that's the end of the world for me, but I also think that the permit fee recovery actions are very complicated. The number of days and I was just wondering if for your staff's benefit, if it's like everything that's later than 30 days is like the same process, would that be, is there a reason why it's so tiered by different, interim and non-interim? I don't know if there's a way to just make it a little bit more straightforward.
Conceivably, it could be, but the complication there, frankly, is because we have folks that are still in the application process and folks who have approved permits.
Sure.
And the actions, the consequences for each of those is different.
Right, because some have to go to the zoning administrator and yada, yada. Okay. Well, if you feel like this is, obviously you put this together, so you feel it's implementable. So I'm supportive of that, and I trust you on that. And we'll see how many folks come current on those permit fees. I think that is one that getting current on those is something I see as not as negotiable as the the timelines for the payment plans. We've already waited kind of a long time, so with respect, I think I'll stick to the existing motion, and I'm happy to vote whenever we're ready.
All right.
First, I need clarification, Vice Chair Bohn.
Please.
Supervisor Wilson made a motion. I don't know who seconded the motion.
It was me.
Oh, okay. And so, can you clarify the motion, please?
Clarifying the motion is staff recommendation with the modification that the due date that was December 31st of 2022 goes to March 31st of 2022, goes to March 31st of 2023.
The due date of March of the due date of December 31st of 2023 goes to March 30th of 2024. And the due date of December 31st of 2024 goes to March 30th of 2025.
Yes, with a reminder that we have been in this meeting since 9 a.m. with 2 5-minute bathroom breaks. So,
I just want to note that March 31st is the last day of the month. I don't know if that matters. We could throw people off by doing it one day before the last day of the month. Would you? How do you feel about that being the last day of the month?
The last day of the month is fine.
It's a Sunday. It's either a Saturday or Sunday. I don't know that it really matters. So.
Okay, great.
And with that, I'll make a note to self for next year to make sure we only have one bathroom break if that second bathroom break is throwing you off.
I'm getting hungry.
Okay, so, all right, we'll start with you, Vice Chair Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
No.
Sorry. Thank you. And Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-1.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go, and I'm going to defer to Mr. Wilson. Do you want 20 minutes or something, or? I'm going to, Charles, I'm sorry, we're going to break for 20 minutes, we're going to break for 20 minutes. So that will put us a hard 2:45 then? Is that okay, please? Looks like we are moving on to see. Planning and building, Bimbo Properties, if you want to open up the public hearing and read it in, County Council, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bohn. Currently before the board is an ordinance amending section 311-7 of the Humboldt County Code by rezoning property in the Benbow area. PLN-2021-17037 Benbow Properties, Inc.
Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Members of the Board of Supervisors, this is John Ford and Cliff Johnson to present this request for a rezone. This basic request is to change the zoning on the property from neighborhood commercial or C1 to community commercial or C2. And we lost internet connection, sorry. So I just wanted to say, as Mr. Johnson gets ready, that there are two rezone requests today. Neither of them had any controversy at the Planning Commission. This one still, to our knowledge, has not generated controversy. The controversy is associated with the second zoning item on today's agenda. This really just changes the zoning on a piece of property, as I mentioned, from neighborhood commercial to community commercial, which then would allow a broader range of uses. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Johnson to give you the specifics on this.
Thank you. As Director Ford mentioned, my name is Cliff Johnson with the Humboldt County Planning and Building Department. I'm going to be giving you a brief presentation once the screen share pops up here. So this is a request to rezone two parcels in the Benbow area that total approximately 5.7 acres from C1 with a design overlay to C2 with a design overlay. So C1 is neighborhood commercial and C2 is community commercial. This is showing you the two parcels in red right here. Both properties are planned commercial recreation, which is consistent in the general plan with both the C1 and the C2 districts. The CR commercial recreation designation is intended for commercial recreation facilities and more recreation and tourist-oriented sales and services. And for that reason, the Planning and Building Department believes that the change to community commercial is consistent with the intent of the commercial recreation district. Your board did accept the petition in January of 2021. Vice Chair Bohn, did you have a question?
Well, this is just the Bimbo property one we're doing right now, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's 5.7 total between the two.
That is correct.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. So again, your board accepted the petition in January of 2021 to process the rezone application. Your Planning Commission recommended that the board approve the zone reclassification in July of this year. This yellow parcel that just pops up here with this little dot was similarly zoned C1 and was changed in 2018 to C2 for much of the same reason that these two properties are proposed to change. So what I'm going to just show you real quickly here is the allowed uses in the neighborhood commercial zone, and this is what is currently applying to the property. Perhaps the most important thing to note is that for cannabis activities in the C1 zone, the only thing that is allowed currently are dispensaries with a conditional use permit. And for the proposed zone, all of the C1 principal uses are allowed with some additional uses that would be principally allowed. There's some additional uses that would be allowed with a conditional use permit, and then there is a substantial amount of additional cannabis activities that would be permitted. That includes support facilities like distribution, processing, and enclosed nurseries, which would be permitted with a zoning clearance certificate, so no subsequent discretionary approval would be needed for those. And then there's some additional activities that would be allowed with a discretionary permit. So this property is the second commercial property that you actually encounter when you're driving into Humboldt County coming north. And so we do believe that it's an appropriate place for increasing the allowable uses. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I've got a quick one, and I think I know that. What's the difference between an enclosed nursery and then a cultivation nursery or greenhouse? What did it say? It said enclosed nursery.
Enclosed nursery, right. So that
Is
would
that
be,
just for
that would be for
clones?
Right.
Okay.
Creating clones or something like that to either retail or wholesale.
Thank you. I'll take this out to. Go ahead,
Can I ask a question?
Please.
So, and the, Mr. Johnson, on the bottom with the, when you said a zoning certificate, could you go back to that last slide? So the zoning certificate, what would be applicable for a zoning certificate?
Thank you. So for a zoning clearance certificate, an application would need to be made, and it would need to comply with all of the ordinance standards. But if it does comply with all of those ordinance standards, it could be approved, and there is no public notice or discretion involved in the approval of that.
For those four bottom activities? Or for all of those?
Sure. For the support facilities. So that includes cannabis distribution, processing, testing, and the enclosed nurseries.
Okay.
So the indoor cultivation, non-flammable manufacturing, and dispensaries would all require a discretionary permit.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I'll take it to public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bohn. We have two callers at this point in the queue. Caller number 1 is 7718. You've been prompted to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes.
Well, it's business is called location. And this is the one. It's the gateway to Humboldt County. Your dispensaries in Eureka and other areas are due to be closing. I've noticed quite a few problems with them. I think one closed and owed like $900,000 plus business sales tax and things. So what are the consequences of having this set up there? Does it basically mean that, well, we got our Humboldt County weed here. Should be good for John Forward, people, but why would they, if they were recreating or something, that kind of disincentivizes them to come any further north? They can turn around there, have a nice stay at the Denver Inn if you're on there, and head back down south. So sometimes you might want to watch your business plan, and I know everybody has a right. This should be an exceptional good place for business. They should make a lot of money, but you might see 15 or 20% of your dispensaries in the further north area shut down, like they seem to be rather rapidly. Okay, anyway, go for it. Whatever you guys need to do, bye.
Thank you, caller.
Perfect.
Sorry about that. Next caller we have is 2223. You've been prompted, and we'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Craig Johnson, and resident of this specific area. This is one of those times that I wish, instead of just giving a public comment, we could have public discourse and conversation. There's a lot of components to this that need to just be weighed out, and to have some more facts brought to the table. Number one, I feel the first passing of the rezoning that happened a couple months ago should have been made more publicly noticed. I just became aware of it through the newspaper. And part of where this is going is I feel Fairway Drive is going to be impacted upon this. There's a parcel that is being heard today ending in 039 that touches Fairway Drive that is a gravel dirt road. I feel that at least that encroachment of Fairway and East Blue Rock should be paved by the applicant, just like any other cannabis applicant would need to do so. And probably the entire length of that road, because now instead of going with, some mom and pop homesteads that were brought into compliance, we're looking and expanding into the future. And how can any of this move forward so quickly when we have Measure A on the table? This is acres of future cannabis expansion in this region. And we also have to look at what the next applicant for these parcels would have to deal with, and that is Del Ore Water gets their water from the Eel River. And those hurdles that would need to be put forth. So there's a lot to this, and I'm open to it, but I think we need to really decide how industrial looking this could possibly look in our little Benbow hamlet, and really take a good look at what are the alternatives and how do we move forward together to bring up this industry to look and feel the way we think it should, and not what it could end up looking like in the hands of some outside investors. So I applaud Charles Benbow for moving forward and trying to bring some more value into his properties, but we need to move forward as a community and look at what this might look like and feel like, and at the very least, have that Fairway Drive paved because it does touch the east portion of parcel 039. Thank you for the time to speak, and again, I wish this could be a conversation where we could negotiate and figure out
Thank you.
Where this
Craig, you're out. Sorry.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bohn. There is no more hands. Sorry, there are no more hands up in Zoom.
All right. And now, Charles, do you want to speak?
Yeah.
You're going to come in as the applicant, though, right?
Well, I think there's some confusion.
Yeah.
I think this call was for the next item.
That's fine.
Because there's no gravel road, there's none of the things that are applicable that he stated are in this.
And that's what Supervisor Bushnell said, but
Oh, okay.
I think, but do you have anything you want to say? This
Well,
is
I
your...
do on the second one. On this one, basically, this is actually a personal thing. The Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission allowed Chris Anderson to go in next to me and put in a dispensary. And I came to the Planning Commission and fought that pretty hardly. But I was told that this was the perfect place for that operation, and that the county thought this was where it should be. So because I have the adjacent commercial property, I'm at a disadvantage with the zoning that one person has on the other commercial property, which is the only commercial property in the valley doesn't have. So we started this in 2019 after that took place, and that's why we're presenting it.
Thanks, Charles. Wait just a second, see what they've got going. You're not going to get their attention. All right, Supervisor Wilson.
So I think there is a little confusion about this road issue, but I think it's on the map. So the map that you guys had on up here is not the same one that we have in the packet. So if you look at the site plan in the packet, if you want to bring that up, if you...
Two different, did you see the two different?
Yeah, but I think that's what where the Red Rock Road is.
No, it's two different applications.
If I could, through the chair, the parcel that the commenter mentioned, he repeatedly said ending in 039, which is the northernmost parcel that is proposed to be rezoned from C1 to C2, and I think Director Ford is going to share a screen here. It does touch Fairway Drive slightly.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the other one. Well, let's bring up what you got and let's see. I'm confused because this is the two parcel one, right, that we're talking about right now? Yeah, I got it. And I'm looking at the site map that you have in our packet, which did not match the lines that you put up on the screen just now. So please review that for a second if you could.
I think I can clear this up.
It's all right. Yeah.
This is where Fairway Drive comes around. I believe that this is gravel over in here, and this is part of the parcel, and I think that was the reference there.
I still would like you to take a look at this, what you got here. I'll just pull it up here. If you can see it, if it doesn't, I'm going to show it to you because you can see it maybe, but it's that. You see how it goes around like this? That is not what was on your map.
Yeah, we'll pull that up.
Okay.
It's the, isn't it the?
Can I clear this up?
Sure.
The road loops around the part that goes from Fairway Drive to Benbow Drive is a cart path. That cart path was widened to 12 feet and paved by us because in a minor division that took place some time ago,
That's number 8.
that we had to have a looped road for fire access. So there is no easement for anything other than emergency equipment down that section that would connect Benbow Drive to Fairway Drive. And in fact, there's stakes so cart path can go through there.
Thanks, Charles.
I got it. It just didn't match. Those two maps didn't match.
No, I understand. I can
actually the 3
pull
golf carts,
that
it
up.
sounds
If,
Yeah, see that.
so,
Sure, if I could, one of and I guess I should apologize, we included what was submitted with the application here as a site plan. That's showing the old parcel number, which ended in 36. They did adjust the, go through the assessor's office to reallocate some of the parcel lines that correspond with the previous parcels. So
Okay.
that's not really, it is what was submitted, it's not really reflective of the current APNs.
Do you think that might be the confusion of the caller? No, something else.
It may be, hard to say.
Okay. Can I, through the chair,
Please.
based on this mapping, where do you think that is it Craig Johnson that was commenting? Where do you think he is asking specifically for the responsibility of paving to occur? Now, I want to just be able to understand the comment.
I think that he's referring to, from what I heard, for Red Rock Road, because I think he mentioned that.
Yep, which is right there.
That's this road. It goes out to the back parcels. And that road is, and the intersection he specifically talked about paving is actually already supposed to be paved because there were permits back Red Rock Road that had a condition of approval for paving that intersection. We've paved all of the other ones. All the other intersections to Red Rock Road were paved per Public Works when we did the minor.
Okay, hold on one second. John, or whoever, what I'm hearing is that Mr. Bembo is saying that there was a condition of approval for paving that has not been executed.
By Public Works.
Well, generally, conditions of approval are on the applicant, not on us.
So,
Yeah.
is it East Blue Rock, maybe?
East Blue Rock and Red Rock Road come together, and as my understanding, because I don't know within the county, but that road, there was some logging and some other things up there, and there's some permitting up there, so that intersection has not been paved.
John, have you got it dialed, or
Yeah.
is this going to have to?
So I mean, we can take some time and try to figure this out. I think part of the struggle that we're having here is that the parcels in question have never had a requirement for paving associated with them. What's that? That's great. Yeah, there are other parcels that have perhaps had requirements for paving, and that is their responsibility, which is a separate issue from the request.
But we can't put that on the current applicant if we haven't followed up on making the previous applicants pave.
I would say that, and I would suggest to you that there's a nexus issue between requiring improvements as part of a rezone rather than as part of the development permit. Yeah. Because when parcels come in to develop, there will be the requirement to do frontage improvements.
Maintenance, yeah. All right, so what we're talking about now is not, that's clarification. We're not talking any infrastructure here. We're talking about, and the rezone just makes it compatible with the other parcel on that stretch anyway, right?
It is consistent with the prior rezone that has been approved.
Okay.
Can I ask one more question of the applicant?
Yeah.
Do you have a current intention to develop these properties? And if so, what is your intention?
My intent, yes. There is some work's been done. There are building permits that have been filed for some time. My intention is to develop it in conjunction with what goes on in the valley, and then, frankly, at my age, sell it.
Value added.
Thanks.
All right,
John, are you familiar with these applications?
I am not.
Okay.
The fact that there are building permits in on these parcels is news to me.
Okay.
Oh, no, just on the one parcel.
On either parcel?
We're not aware of any building permits that have been submitted.
Does that concern you?
No, because it's going to be the same process. You still got to go through the design review process. We're going to refer it to Public Works. Public Works is going to identify what frontage improvements need to be done as part of any development.
Except for the zone change actually does change the discretionary process with relationship to this in terms of the review.
It does. However, the requirement to install frontage improvements and install street improvements, curb, gutter, and sidewalk are not dependent upon a discretionary action. They're dependent upon the county code.
Okay, but we probably, it looks like we're going to be removing some with relationship, some design, conditional use permit discretion in what might be proposed.
The design, I believe, is staying.
Okay.
And so there are a greater number of uses that would be allowed by right. That is true. There are also a number of additional uses that would require discretionary action.
Okay.
Well, that's just clear as mud. Make a motion?
Can I?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. So I'm just curious on the zoning certificates again. So would that be just for like can you explain a little bit more?
Absolutely. So what the zoning change would do is allow for some additional uses, non-cannabis and cannabis, but for cannabis related, it would allow cannabis support facilities. So distribution, testing, processing, and enclosed nurseries could be allowed with a zoning clearance. So that's the non-discretionary permit. All of the other uses that are cannabis related would remain requiring a discretionary permit.
So would that be regardless of size there?
Correct, yes.
So is there, I mean, so the public wouldn't have any weigh in regardless and with this zoning change?
That, relative to those uses that would be allowed with the zoning clearance, that is correct, yes.
So is there something, that's been a concern a lot, is that the public gets to, and Charles said himself, when Chris put his dispensary in, he had, and I guess you got to come in and make a comment. Were you notified?
There's been the same notification. Yes, I was notified as an adjacent landowner, and just as we were for the Board of Supervisors meeting with the petition, the Planning Commission meeting, and this one.
Okay.
So the same advertising, the same
Okay.
public notices went out
Okay.
in 2019-18.
Okay, so I would want to make sure if there's a way that, the community gets that notification. Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, I want to clarify one thing, though, is that the dispensary that was approved on that parcel in between the two did go through the conditional use permit process, and that would remain the case here. If the zone change happens, a dispensary would still have to go through that process.
Mm-hmm.
That parcel in the center, after the zone was changed, did apply for and receive approval of a distribution zoning clearance certificate, and so there was no public notice associated with that, and that's proposed to be the same process here. Now, there could be something that gets added to require additional public notice for zoning uses that would otherwise be allowed as zoning clearance, if that's what your board chooses to do.
Okay.
And John, this is really, I know there's been discussions with relationship to scenic highways discussions. Would this be one of those places where if we had scenic highway ordinance would likely be qualify for that, considering the historic nature of the building, of the Bembo Inn, and sort of the nature of the landscape?
I think that is why the D district is there. The D doesn't necessarily result in a discretionary permit. I think that we are in the process of applying for a scenic designation for all the highways in Humboldt County. And that, along with that, would probably come requirements to add more discretion to the design of the facilities that would get approved along the highway.
And so the approval of what happens today wouldn't necessarily preclude that designation in the future?
Would not preclude that designation in the future, although sometimes it's easier as part of a single action to foresee that, particularly since I think you asking the question, you foresee that that's coming, is to go ahead and identify that this is a scenic location and that the county, the Board of Supervisors are concerned about the design and want to have a discretionary process there.
I want that. Whatever that is, that's what I'm interested in. Thank you.
All right, it's entertain a motion.
I'd make a motion. Hold on, I'm going to. John, you ready?
So I would recommend,
yes,
if it is the desire of the board to add additional discretion to the design and to the types of uses that are allowed, that you continue this with the direction for staff to re-advertise the base zoning that is proposed with the addition of a Q zone to add those additional elements of discretion.
That's where I'm at, but I let the rest of the board discuss whatever they want.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Why would it need to be continued? Couldn't we just?
I think from being a prudent and standpoint is that the Q zone has not been advertised. It's not part of the notice. It's not part of the current project description. And so the public has not had the opportunity to weigh whether or not it's a good idea or not.
So if you were just to add the scenic route and not the Q zone?
Well, the scenic provisions, there's two different things there. One is that we're applying to the state of California through Caltrans to have 101 designated as a scenic highway. So that's a completely separate process.
Okay.
What's likely to come out of that would be that there would be stricter design control standards associated with development along the highway, especially in areas where Caltrans agrees that this is a scenic highway. And so there's an argument to be made here that as part of the application to Caltrans, it's a far stronger argument if the county is already taking steps to protect the view sheds along the scenic areas.
So you think that, or council, I'm assuming, thinks that it needs to be republished if to protect the public for more participation?
So when something is not part of the project description,
I understand.
the public has no way of knowing and maybe wouldn't have thought about it and would have been precluded from being able to participate in the conversation.
Is there a way to condition this and put it out to the public, and if there's no feedback, to let it go without bringing it back? I'm assuming Charles is, he's been waiting.
Can I make a comment?
That's up to the chair, not me.
Thanks. Yes, you are the applicant.
I think there's some confusion, and with regards to both Cliff and John, there's been a building on this property since 1964. There have been building permits applied for and changes to the building, and I've been working through the building department for about 5 or 6 years. We had a permit to redo the building. I made mistakes in the way I went about it. Totally my fault. I've been working with Trevor on for the last 3 years. My understanding of the office building and the parking lot that was there was incorrect. We built a building that was not ADA compliant. The solution that was to put an ADA bathroom off to the side, which was permitted. The cost of doing that precluded us from doing it. So we elected to go ahead and put another building in beside it. We did that building in the wrong approach. We've gone through design review. There's been pictures given to design review. We're very near completion. She called me the day before yesterday about some of the lot line adjustments because this parcel was zoned, these parcels, one of the problems with these parcels were they were zoned C1, multifamily, and R1. And we couldn't market them. When you have one parcel with 3 zoning designations, they can't be marketed. So,
Charles, is that the A-frame?
yes,
Oh,
that was
okay.
the A-frame office. And there's now a building there that is probably the nicest looking building in the valley. So I think that I have no problem with doing whatever the county wants, but I want to make clear that there are buildings there. There have been buildings there. It's been used as an office since 1964 during the flood. So there's nothing, and the freeway is pretty high there. You can't see the lot until you turn off into the valley. And design review has pictures of all of the surrounding buildings that are there. And quite frankly, I think that if one looks at those, they'll see that the buildings that are there now are, Chris has containers and trailers with stuff. That's not what's there now. So I think if it's kind of the wrong trail.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Charles, can you come back up? So this includes the big flat and then wraps around and includes the A-frame plate
There's
parcel?
nothing that's been done on the big flat except what the county and PG&E have allowed them to use.
Right, but this zoning change includes that?
Yes.
The big flat
Yes.
and where the A-frame
And
was?
and I think on the big flat, what John's proposed is fine with me. That should be, Mike is saying. What John is saying for the bigger flat there, absolutely. It's in the view shed. It's right along the highway. It's right along the golf course. You can see it from the inn. And I wouldn't want to build it without full consent of the county, with the planning department. And if you want to add a queue or whatever that is to that portion of the map, that's terrific. But the other part, I think, has already been greatly improved.
Where there's existing structures.
Yeah, with existing in the structure that I built, and I think the county has been really good. Their department, I have to compliment both John and Cliff and Trevor, because that department has been helping me figure out what to do with an unbuildable swampy piece of land and an old A-frame that we tore down because the rats were in it. So I'm not opposed to any kind of restrictions on building in the valley. In fact, I've had a long-going conversation about what Chris has been doing there, because it concerns me.
Okay. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, well, two things. One is, I guess, John's signal, anything that comes within, that's coming with zone changes or use changes within our potential view sheds should probably have queue zones from here on out until we get that done, which is, by the way, by direction of the general plan. So I want to say this isn't just some sort of, rando thing. But then also, if you saw the list of potential uses, and I agree with Mr. Bembo with relationship to the valley spot, which is kind of where I was thinking. I wasn't really where I was thinking about. I was thinking about, it's like, in there's like car lots and all kinds of funky stuff that's on that list that would be allowable without discretion, and I think that's a lot of uses that could be pretty unsightly if not done correctly or without some thought. And so so for me, it's pretty important that we do that protection as to the degree possible. If it means coming back, is this something that could come back on consent, or would it require us to have to have a full hearing on this?
It would bring back new information, and so to that extent, you would need to reopen the public hearing.
How fast could we do that?
We could do that not by November 7th, but by November 28th.
That's what I'm prone to do, but it's like, again, I'm only, as Supervisor Bohn would say, I'm only 20%.
Well, and the only reason I see what Supervisor Bushnell's trying to do, and I see where we're trying to get since it's been here 2019. So you're worried that people didn't have enough input, that we were going to put more restrictions on this rezone? No, I'm talking to.
Yeah, that's fair. Yes.
And so what I'm saying, and I've never heard that, where we've got a lot of people, except for the applicant, come in and says you're putting too many restrictions. But the applicant is saying, put more restrictions. I think the line of the day is put that Q thing on there, whatever that is. And let's move forward, because he fully understands the visual impacts of anything he builds out there next to 9. So that's all been kind of agreed upon. I think for the sake of moving forward, I don't think anybody's going to call in. Anybody's going to call in because you just put more restrictions on this rezone. If the way I'm hearing it, and then that also follows up with Supervisor Wilson, we can come back on the 28th, and put that out there to the 7 landowners that'll probably get notifications that says we're going to put more restrictions on this rezone, and they're going to say, no, let them put a car lot in front of my house. So I think we can move forward pretty comfortably. But if you think it's going to cause a huge issue, I fully understand. You're the guy driving the bus. I'm just saying, sometimes we're so scared of our shadow, we don't get anything done.
I don't want to be afraid of my shadow. But I do.
I didn't mean it that you being scared. You're looking out for our well-being.
I do try to be consistent.
Which is
and
probably
give
a good thing.
Consistent advice in terms of what appropriate procedure is. And so that really is the genesis of the recommendation here. I don't think that many people are really going to be upset that the board took the time to weigh the community county concerns in this and to provide an increased level of discretion for future development. So that really is a decision by the board.
So I'll make a stab if I could. Charles just said I think that it would be okay if it came back. And so if I could make a motion that we bring it back on the 28th with adding the Q zone, that would be my motion.
I'll second.
That's Supervisor Arroyo had already called on it. Did you have something to say on it?
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye when.
I was being fairly quiet and just taking it all in. I appreciate the motion and the willingness of the applicant to be flexible around the date. Sounds like it's not a huge rush, but we would like to bring it back at the earliest next opportunity. So I think I appreciate the conversation about the scenic value of that area and this particular parcel. So yeah. I think it's all good.
Yeah, and I really appreciate it, Charles, that you're willing. So.
It's been 4 years. You'll live with a month.
Okay, we ready for a roll call?
Well, I was gonna. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
He's got a handout.
Okay, we will start with Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Charles.
And
Sorry.
since that's, and I'll go to Ken, since that's a public hearing, if they do not get any feedback, can this go on consent?
It's got to come back as a public hearing.
Okay.
It has to come back as a
All right. I was just trying to.
We will come back and minimize the amount of time that it takes to the extent that that's within our control.
That's up to us. Trust me. All right. Thank you. And now I will close that public hearing and open the new public hearing and let County Council read it into the record. You're fine. No, that was me. You had nothing to do with it. It was all me.
Currently before the board is an ordinance amending section 311-7 of the Humboldt County Code by rezoning property in the Benbow area. PLN-2021-17209, Rock and Sky LLC.
Thank you. And with that, I will talk to Mr. Johnson. Will bring this forward for us.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the board. My name is Cliff Johnson with the Planning and Building Department. I do have a fairly brief presentation that will come up here in a second, hopefully. Okay. So this is a proposal to do two things: to change the general plan from residential low density and residential estates to residential agriculture, and then to change the zoning from single family residential, multifamily residential, and residential suburban to agriculture general. It is 25 parcels totaling approximately 33 acres in the Benbow area, and this is just going to show you the general outline of the area in question. On January 5th of 2021, your board did vote to accept a petition to implement this change, and on July 20th of this year, the Planning Commission recommended that it be approved. The area in blue right here is the area that's currently zoned single-family residential with a minimum parcel size of 20,000 square feet. The area in yellow is currently zoned multifamily residential, and the area in green is zoned residential suburban. Under the proposal, all of this would change to agricultural general. The lots in question here were created by a county-approved subdivision in 1967, and at that time, the Planning Commission was required to consider the adequacy of the lots for their intended purposes. And so, however, in the years since, the standards and requirements have changed fairly dramatically. And so the properties do have access to water from the Del Oro community water system. The lots, however, are of a size and of such steep topography that they would be likely very difficult to meet the county and state requirements for development of on-site wastewater treatment systems. And the topography is such that development of these lots for single-family residential would create a substantial amount of grading and associated potential erosion. The roads that lead to these lots are also quite steep and in disrepair. One of the things that you see on this slide here is the USGS topographic information, which is not the same thing as a site survey of the topography, but does show that the area is very steep. The area in red here within that black square is over 50% in grade, according to the USGS map. Area in orange, 30 to 50%, gray, 15 to 30%, and the area under 15% would be clear. You're not really seeing much there. And I do have a slide that I'll show you later that shows the slopes that are less than 15% here. So given those restrictions, the residential agriculture designation does seem to be more appropriate. Just to walk you through what the current general plan designations are, the residential low density could accommodate up to 8 units per acre. Residential estates, 1 to 5 units per acre. And the proposed general plan designation of residential agriculture would have a density of 1 unit for every 5 to 20 acres. And so this does seem to be more appropriate given the site constraints. The zoning that is proposed, this is the existing zoning for R1 and R3, basically single family and 2-family dwellings are permitted. And of note, down below, there are no cannabis activities that would be permitted under the existing zones. The applicant has stated that they do have a potential desire to institute some cannabis activities, and we did receive comments from some members of the public, and those should be attached to your board report, expressing concern about the potential development of the properties for cannabis. In the agricultural general zone district that is proposed to be changed, there's a lot of additional uses that would be allowed with a conditional use permit. General agriculture is allowed as a principally permitted use, and then you see below at the bottom of the slide, there are a number of cannabis activities that could be permitted. The up to, depending on parcel size, up to 10,000 square feet of outdoor mixed light cultivation could be permitted with a zoning clearance, and so that would be, again, with no discretionary review and with no public notice. That would be the same for support facilities such as distribution, processing, and enclosed nurseries. Anything more than that, as far as cultivation or any other cannabis activities, would require a discretionary permit. So it's important to note, though, that the county has not accepted or reviewed any proposals for any development of these sites, much less any applications for cannabis activities. Just based on the topographic information, it does seem like there would be very limited availability to develop cannabis activities on the site. Under the county's cannabis ordinance, you may only develop cannabis activities on slopes under 15% and in areas where there are no existing trees as of 2016. And this slide right here, just a blow up of the area. The areas in, I guess it's like a light green, are showing you, according to the USGS maps, the areas that are less than 15%. So again, not as accurate as any site survey might show, and we would expect that if an application does come in, they're going to have more complete information about the slopes out there. But chances are the ability to develop cannabis on the site is going to be limited, if at all. And so with that, I am going to turn my screen back over, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just clarification. So you'd have a maximum of 6 parcels available if you went to the, and the topographical, and then the other thing is this from 67?
67, yes.
So from that picture, the planner that left Shelter Cove started working on this one?
Looks like it, yeah.
Just a thought. I see similarities. You can build on that hillside.
And then for your other question, the applicant has indicated that what they would like to do if this is approved is to merge those parcels in from 25 to 11.
So, and, excuse me, and I think we're going to ask the same question. Is there going to be a 10-acre and then break the others up so there is a building site on all the others? So there's actually, what I'm trying to do, it's a 5-acre minimum for the cannabis. So I'm trying to figure out, before we go any further, how much cannabis are we talking about? How many 5-acre parcels out of those 11 are they talking? And it'd be a little bit better. And do you have they given us a preliminary plan of what they're planning on doing?
We do not have a preliminary plan for that. One of the things, if you recall on that slide that shows the areas less than 15% slope, just being somewhat conservative, or I should say liberal, to try to give them more area than a tight drawing would show. I was coming up with maybe half an acre that would be available to develop for cannabis. So I don't think you're talking about a whole lot. But as far as a plan from them, we have not seen that yet.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell? Supervisor Wilson, anybody? We'll take this to public comment. Oh, excuse me.
One of the public comments that we received talks about abatements on the parcels. Could you speak to that item?
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. So the properties have and I shouldn't say historically, but in the last 8 years or so, there was a number of unpermitted cannabis grows that were occurring on the property, and they were dealt with through the cannabis code enforcement process.
Obviously, any permitted sites would have to go through our regular process. Do you think there's do you have any concerns about that past activity influencing anything in the future?
No, I don't think so. They would be reviewed just like any other application, and the window for existing cannabis applications to be made has closed. So any cannabis applications that come in now have to be reviewed under the strict standards of new cultivation. Mm-hmm. There's a few things that the site would have going for it, which is that it has access to community water, it has access to PG&E, but the topography and the existing trees on the site would make it somewhat, and I should say the existing road access as well would make it, we would scrutinize those very heavily.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, please. John, this is sort of the same question with relationship to the Q zones. What do we do here?
Well, obviously, the hillside here is pretty visible, as I recall. And so if it is the desire of the board to somehow limit what goes on in the future, then a Q zone to state those limitations would be appropriate. I think Mr. Johnson gave a pretty detailed explanation, though, from a cannabis standpoint. It's going to be hard to put much up there just because of the slopes. But there are a couple sites that could support cannabis.
And I'm not talking from a cannabis perspective necessarily, but I would say that's it, you know, as I've seen, you know, we've seen that hillside change over time. It certainly looks very different at night now than it did, say, 15 years ago. So from my perspective, lighting is pretty important. It is just a very different space. I have to say, it looks taller at night when you drive, when suddenly you think that there's like things in the sky, where in the daytime it just is just a hill. I mean, I don't know if you've experienced that around that corner when you hit that, when you get to Bembo, and it seems like this would just be right in that space. And I know we don't have a lighting ordinance yet, but we will in the future, I assume, because it's on our list of things we're supposed to get done through the general plan as well.
We actually have, I will give credit to Mr. Ford. He's been working with a retired engineer on who's been donating their time on a lighting plan and working side by side to give something to him that has been palatable for everybody. And he's brought a pretty good, saving our time. We're getting free time, and he's bringing it forward. So, and we're expecting that by the end of the year, but we're working on
sign ordinance.
The sign ordinance too, on how bright the lights should be on the billboards.
And other signs too. So, okay, but I still feel like, I mean, I don't, you know, once again, there's the issues around, and what we're seeing more and more these days is the issues around, and I don't know if I don't think it's these parcels would fit this description, but with relationship to ridgetop, ridgeline issues that we're seeing now that we didn't necessarily see before, and I'm not clear that these would break ridgeline.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I'm still, again, I'm kind of prone to want to, within our view sheds, have this Q zone because I'm having, we're seeing it more and more. Certainly in my district, we're seeing it, this become more and more of an issue. So that's just me. I hate to have everything come back all the time, but I think now now you're hearing what we're probably going to be thinking about because it's coming to us anyway. So from that perspective, I would prefer to have a Q zone for view shed stuff if it's possible.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bohn. We have two callers in the queue. First caller 3182, and you've been prompted. To unmute, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
My name is Jamie McGuire, and I'm a Bimbo Valley resident and own a lot adjacent to these parcels. The issue of zone reclassification of the 25 parcels in Bimbo appears to only serve the purpose of allowing an LLC to apply for a cannabis permit. Rezoning these properties to agricultural general, as opposed to residential zoning, only benefits someone looking to develop agriculture or farming. If the purpose of this proposal was to limit development, then combining the lots with lot line adjustments would serve the same purpose and not risk changing the culture, beauty, and integrity of the land and the neighborhood. Farms in southern Humboldt are fighting for survival. There is no need for additional competition in a declining market. If this farm is intended to support a new dispensary, the community would be far better served by a dispensary that was committing to partner with existing farms in Bimbo, which have already struggled through the permit process. We cannot allow additional drains on our public water system or increase traffic on our deteriorating roads, which would both occur if this is allowed. This zone change does not serve the public interest and is not supported by the neighbors. The consequences of this change to the Bimbo community far outweigh any benefit to an LLC that is only looking to take more from our residential neighborhood. Zoning is the first line of defense in protecting the nature of the neighborhood. Please do not snowball a project Bimbo residents do not want or need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller. Next caller we have is 8632. You've been prompted to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is Heather Kornberg, and I apologize for not participating in the Planning Commission prior to this one, but my property is one of these 7 that was mentioned because I haven't been listening, and I missed the public comment for just the last project that was brought up. But my parcel is right on Fairway Drive. It's one of the 3 houses. The address is 185, so you'll see it's like right in the middle. The dark blue zone that I'm looking at goes up the back of my property, and the light blue that was put on for next meeting on the 28th, and that long stretch of road is directly in front of my property. The fact that this is broken up into 2 separate issues is interesting for me because both of which actually affect me as a resident and also my property. The difference in traffic, I can say this for sure, between this year and 2 years ago has been substantial in the fact that there's not as much. When there is active cannabis activity happening up the hill in huge amounts, my house is completely covered in dust. There was fuel trucks, water trucks, dirt trucks, everybody running past this place on my road on Fairway. Well, it's not my road. It's actually, I don't know. I guess Charles, it's yours. I'm not quite sure, but it hasn't been paved, and that has been an ongoing issue. I wasn't allowed to put in speed bumps or anything to slow people down, but it's been a danger to people walking, also animals, and we have a huge family community here. And also, it's important to note that Bembo Valley in and of itself has been a recreational tourist destination. So commercial cannabis, I mean, I understand that it happens up the hill from me. I can't really see it, but it has definitely in the past impacted, and making it more accessible to people worries me just from the road access. Also, I started the neighborhood watch in Bembo, and from a safety standpoint, and Charles knows this because I call him on it quite often when I need backup for situations that are happening in Bembo. The ingress and egress of the properties that are accessible from 101 is different than almost anywhere else except for Dean Creek in southern Humboldt, meaning people can access the Bembo community and get back on the freeway if they're doing something illegal or harmful, like stealing our mail or et cetera. It goes on and on. We've had a number of issues. So that concerns me. And of course, we know that Bembo has just been part of the Firewise community, and thanks to Craig Johnson and Heather Burke, we as a community have come together to try to bring more safety to our area in terms of fire and the commercialization.
Sorry, caller.
Thank you.
Okay, next in line we have 2223, and you've been prompted to unmute. You will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Craig Johnson again. Busy day today in the supervisors' chambers. Just quick note on that last point that was heard, I was not confused. I was referring to Fairway Drive, and it's touching 039 parcel. Now, to this matter, there's a lot of layers to this again, and this should be had in more of an open dialogue so we can conversate back and forth. But like Mike Wilson said, 15 years ago or 10 years ago, you would drive over the hill and it was lit up. It was a thriving, I guess you could say, industry going on. And on many of these same lots. And I don't know if the ownership of these lots have changed, like the ownership, they might have been leased or whatever, but let's probably bring that to the table too, that now someone that has had abatements on properties is now going to get a hall pass to develop them for cannabis. How do we make that a precedent for so many people that are struggling? I know there's a whole Titlow Ridge neighborhood that is dealing with the same thing. And I'm really just trying to bring some of these things to the table that really need to be talked about. And in 1967, we didn't have the same guidelines for subdivisions than we do now, but back then, we probably would have had the encroachment and the necessary intersection dealt with of Blue Rock and Fairway, and probably having that stretch of road paved. And yes, Charles has paved a stretch of road, but it's segmented. It's up the road from Fairway, a portion of Red Rock. So once again, yes, we're cannabis operators, and we were asked to pave a section of road 3.5 miles from our home. I'm happy to pave the section of driveway right outside my property here, but I feel this falls on Charles Benbow's lap, especially with all these other processes that he's asking the county to take forth and the community to pave Fairway and to alleviate some of the nuisances that Heather's talking about. And yes, the community has gotten much quieter since legalization, definitely. Generator noise, light pollution, traffic has come down to almost nil. So legalization is working. It's taking a moment. And again, I'm going to bring up Measure A again. How can we talk about expanding potential cannabis use while Measure A is on the table? I feel that's false advertising, to say the least.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bohn. We have one last caller, 4578. And I've prompted you to unmute. You will have 3 minutes. She's unmuted. Can you hear us? She's not. We can't hear her.
All right. We can't hear you. We apologize. All right.
I currently have no other callers with their hands up.
Thank you. Seeing public comment in the audience?
I don't quite know how to answer all of the questions. I think back to what Mike was talking about, the abatement relates to, first of all, it's not some corporation, LLC. The individual that owns Rock and Sky lives on the property. He's one of the few people that lives on that side of the road. He's going down a county road that is almost impassable, and all of the county roads that serve that subdivision you just saw are either completely washed out with no culverts in them, need bridges to cross the property that he owns. And so if we don't change, this is a sheep ranch. This was a sheep ranch when the family bought it, and it was a mistake, and it was Shelter Covera. It never should have been subdivided. And all of the same problems that you have with Shelter Cove, you have here. So it was an agricultural piece of ground, and it should remain an agricultural piece of ground. As to whether cannabis is allowed or not, I think that horse is out of the barn. This county is committed to cannabis growing, and I think Rex said you've gone from 3,000 total gardens to under 2, and legalization is working, and the individual that's been abated, and Cliff also pointed out, this is going to be controlled by slope, not acreage, nothing else. There's only so much ground up there that you could put cannabis on even if you want to. So I think that conflating the two things is a mistake. By that I mean you either have a subdivision or you're going to have agricultural ground with, I think there's 3 home sites. The answer to that question is there's 3 or 4 areas, and each one is designed to be able to have 1 home site on it should somebody buy it in the future, or should it not be used for cannabis. And again, I can't expand on what Cliff said because it's steep. As to the lights, if you had 27 homes up there, you would have a whole heck of a lot more light than the one individual that lives there. And most of it, because of where they grew in those days, you can't see from the highway. So any cultivation, I think, would be completely unseen from the highway. So I don't think in this particular, while I totally agree with the Q zone in the valley, and that is right in front of Heather's house, I don't think a Q zone is warranted nor necessary here. The last thing is, I continue to hear the road. This road is this property is accessed by East Blue Rock Road, which is a paved road. Fairway Drive only accesses the one parcel in the bottom, which is now zoned multifamily and R1. And all of the paving that's been done has been in addition to what the county required when we did the minor division.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll bring it back for a discussion or a motion. Supervisor Wilson?
John, how does this impact RENA numbers?
These were not in our inventory. We don't expect these to be built. So while it is a loss of lots, it's not a loss of lots that we expect to be used to meet our RENA numbers, if that makes sense.
That does make sense.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. So I do, that area is, as a subdivision, it's not a great area at all. I don't think, as Director Ford said and Cliff said, I met with them yesterday, and it's not really appropriate for housing at all. But I do want to reference that I did get a lot of public comment from the area. Some of them, I think, were not able to get through. I think one of them was the one that had their hand up and couldn't get in, and their concerns was that that there would be cannabis there, and that they would be looking at that out their back window, and also the traffic concerns on if there was cannabis to happen in that area with the road. The road is not a great road at all, and so I just really want to reference to that with the concerns that I received and the emails that I received. I think Cliff had gotten many calls as well, and we talked about that yesterday. So I do want to say, this is not an application for cannabis. This is an application for a rezone, and that if an application for cannabis were to come forward, it would have to go through the public process as well, except for if it was the smaller application, then it could go through the zoning clearance certificate also. But as you had referenced in the earlier description, there's not a lot of area there for cannabis that's appropriate. So I just want to add that before the board has the rest of the discussion, that there is quite a few concerned citizens up there with traffic, and with some of the flat areas are right out their back door.
Supervisor Rowe?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm interested to hear more about the what your thoughts are on the Public Works memo with respect to the roads. I'm hearing that the roads are kind of a unifying concern for folks, and I see their memo says that essentially we'd need to do more of a review of the road network as part of the recent application. And I apologize if I'm just not seeing the right attachment, but it was that, is there more detail about that you could share?
I can, yes, thanks. So one of the things that I think you'll note, I don't have it in front of me, but I think that memo does say refers to this as like an upzoning, which is not what we consider this to be, because I think Public Works was thinking that this zone change would enable a substantial amount of additional development, which we really don't think is the case. I did discuss that verbally with Public Works, but they did not change their memorandum, so I think it is a little confusing. Just to expand on that, though, And I think Supervisor Bushnell was also kind of at least hinting at this. If there was to be any additional development that comes in, whether it's principally permitted or not, they are going to need to do some road improvements. And I think that's really the crux of what Public Works was getting at.
So that would be required as part of the development application.
Correct.
And we would, I mean, if they're county maintained roads, the applicant would still be required to remit the appropriate funds to
Correct.
improve the roads?
Yes, so
Okay.
the applicant would improve the roads and then the county would take over maintenance is usually how that would work.
Okay. And then the note about the fire safe regulations and the SRA is anything else about that?
I would just add similar concerns is that if realistically, I think what Public Works was looking at is seeing that this could potentially, I feel like they misinterpreted the referral and viewed this as potentially a rezone to allow future subdivision, because those are the comments that we typically see on that sort of thing. And while I tried to talk with them, they were busy with other things and didn't revise that memorandum. So we included it because it was a comment from them, but I think it's not particularly relevant to this application.
Okay, thank you. And then with respect to the public comment, again, there was a concern that, the rezone stated that it was exempt from CEQA in the resolution, but you're saying that if a project were to come forward on one of the parcels, that would be that wouldn't necessarily be exempt. That would be subject to all the same requirements for any new development.
Correct.
Okay.
That one distinction to make, though, is that there are principally permitted uses, both under the current zoning and under the proposed zoning, that could be exempt or would actually not require CEQA.
Gotcha.
But anything that would require CEQA would trigger that, and most of the cannabis activity would as well.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I just for the the neighborhood concern I've gotten with within the traffic, the issues of the traffic. If it were to stay, the subdivision, which could allow for more housing in there, would actually increase the traffic flow in that area. I do want to ask a question though with the 10,000 square feet or smaller, that unless we add that Q zone there, that would be not noticed to the public, or what would be?
That's correct. So depending on parcel size of the resultant merged parcels, that would either be 5,000 square feet or 10,000 square feet, which would not require public notice unless a Q zone or some other restriction like that was added.
So is there any can the applicant just agree to, instead of adding a Q zone, can the applicant just agree that he would inform the public so that it wouldn't have to come back? Is that a stipulation that we can ask him?
You can
Happens
always,
at the planning commission all the time.
you can always ask people all kinds of things, but then what it really comes down to is the enforceability of it.
Okay.
And the other thing, to be fair, is while this applicant may be genuinely willing to do many, many things, the parcel may get sold and the next property owner may not be predisposed to fulfill those commitments.
Okay. Thank you.
And I got the insinuation or something. Does this property have any, or has it had any infractions on it for illegal cultivation, construction, or anything?
It has, yes.
Are they active now, or have they been remedied?
They have been remedied.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
They have been remedied. There is, so to clarify, I believe there is a compliance agreement on one that requires permitting some of the unpermitted structures, and that's just a small portion of this. But they are, I guess the best way to phrase it is that they are working with our code enforcement process, so they're considered to be in compliance.
Can we make it conditional that all those are in compliance before we follow through with the rezone?
I believe, and I apologize because I'm not.
I apologize too, I'm just asking.
I'm not as familiar with the code enforcement actions as perhaps I should be, and maybe Charles is, but I do believe that he is seeking to try to permit something that is not permittable in the current zone.
But it will be permittable in the new zone.
Potentially. That's not something that we've reviewed yet.
So this would have to be with the Q zone, this would have to meet your scenic and all those other guidelines we're putting on that, right?
If the board chooses to apply Q.
Rather than, it's not, it can't be considered an existing structure if it's not permitted.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so I think we're getting dialed in here, sort of. With relationship to cannabis, I mean, we could Q zone this no cannabis zone. That is completely possible within this, or we could Q zone it as a cannabis zone that does require community participation in the process. So we could make it like, whether it's 10,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet, or anything above 300 square feet. Because I think we have, isn't that 300 square feet is our like little mini version, free zone?
2,000.
2,000 square feet. Okay, so anything above 2,000 square feet, we could say like that's the limit that puts you into the space where we could do it as a discretionary process that has a community input and all those other protections with relationship to this. I think I mean, I'm somewhere between that and just frankly no cannabis in that space. I think this is a community zone of mostly, it's really pretty residential, and I get that these are kind of bigger residential, but it doesn't seem to be the driver for me in terms of like what, there's plenty of space if you want to have cannabis all over the place in Humboldt County, and this seems kind of an odd spot to kind of squeeze it into. That's just my 2 cents. I think that I wouldn't necessarily apply it to the existing operation that I assume is working to come into compliance, is already, I wouldn't want to pull the rug out from folks that are already in their efforts. That's where I am. I don't know where anyone else is, but I'm kind of, anything above 2,000 square feet either is conditional or not at all for cannabis. And I still think, I think that since we're in the view shed, I'm good with the Q zone for that, and that's where I am. And I do think it's not a bad idea to think about I do think it's a potential for creating some new housing potential in a space where it's undevelopable under its current condition. That's my 2 cents. I'd love to hear from Supervisor Madrone out there somewhere in the...
Supervisor Madrone has dropped off. He's not feeling well, so yeah.
Could I ask?
Please.
Could I ask one last question? Cliff, are there any other cannabis farms up that way? I know that Alpenglow is somewhere in that vicinity, but is it like in that subdivision area?
Not exactly in the subdivision area, but as you drive past it and up the hill to the southeast, there are a fairly large number of cannabis applications.
I probably have a problem with saying no when there's, there's already existing stuff up there. So like, I do think you know, I do like the public process, you know, for the community to have the input, but, you know, I don't think it's right to, anyways, that's just my thoughts.
Sorry, Mike just said it's on me now, which was not that we're taking this lightly. It's just I will defer to the wisdom of those who know the area a bit better than I do. I mean, I really do see how the prior configuration of parcels was not sustainable. That is one thing I hope we can all agree on. And, you know, it sounds like the roads need a lot of work. Whoever develops anything on any of these properties would really be taking on a pretty big responsibility for improving roads, ensuring, you know, ensuring that the properties are developable for whatever their plans are. So it's a little tough to, like many instances where we're looking at zoning without an application for a specific project, it is kind of hard to gauge some aspects of this, but I can imagine the writing is on the wall that if the request is to zone them ag, that you know, that's what's in the future. So I'll let you lead on this one, I think.
Through the chair, if I may, with the question about roads, I mean, this will not add any resources to the roads, either through this rezone or through future development, unless there's conditions associated with them, and those conditions would only be if around cannabis housing. So it's interesting because we're talking about doing, you know, kind of a rezone. It is a rezone, and a lot of times when you do these original subdivisions and rezones, that's when you commit the developer to do this work. And in this case, there's no commitment to do the work, to the infrastructure work associated with it. It's still, I would assume this is not a private drive, right? So this is a county road, or can you clarify that?
These are county.
Yeah, and so, and we don't have any development fees, so there shouldn't be any, as far as I can tell, there shouldn't be any expectation of the community that this rezone or new development, other than potentially cannabis under some conditional use permit, would actually provide any resources towards this, which is unusual. Humboldt County, I still think, is the only county that doesn't do that. And so our roads are subject to, I would say, our delinquency in that department. Unless, of course, we do that today, right? This is the time when you would say, like, well, this is as a condition of approval, you know, some amount of resources are put forward with relationship to the roads. That's when this happens typically in most times, but I don't think that our board has the stomach for that today. That's a bigger, deeper discussion, and we should be prepared for that in the future should we want to do that. But I'm willing to second the motion to move forward with the rezone, assuming that not move forward with the rezone, to bring back the rezone with a Q zone for the view shed, as well as conditional use permits for any cannabis above 2,000 square feet. I think that's about it. Is there any? No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm willing to support a motion that does that.
Okay.
That's all. If I'll make it if you want, but I'm just willing to support it.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Is the applicant in the room? Yes. Can I have the applicant come up? Can I ask a question, please? Thank you. We're not, because of the LLC, we're unsure. So you are the applicant?
I'm the applicant's agent, yeah.
Okay. So what is the intent of the zoning change? If I could ask the applicant.
I don't understand the question.
So you're changing out of the subdivision, which I think is because it doesn't qualify. It's not really a great subdivision.
Actually,
and what is the intent going forward with the property?
The intent for the ag zoning started with the with the abatement, with the raid on the current grower and all of the growers in the area. Okay, so there were structures built that with a building permit can stay there, electrical, et cetera, with an ag zoning. That was the idea. We went to the county planning department. We were looking for ways to do this right, much like all the rest of the county. And so that's what got it started. We also noticed that the, 1,000 acres adjoining this is zoned ag, and that this ground should not have had a subdivision, and it is zoned ag. So the logical way to do it was, okay, we'll agree, I'm speaking for the owner, we will agree to the, what's the right word? There's a signed agreement between the owner and the county about fixing all of the things that were wrong.
Oh, yeah.
And that is contingent to be based on what has been signed and the way that's going to be done. The first step in getting that done is to zone it ag. Otherwise, the buildings and all have to come down.
So there is an open abatement on this property.
There's a signed, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
Compliance
So there
agreement.
is a signed compliance agreement, and what I'm gathering, and again, apologies for not having this earlier, but what I'm gathering is that because the property is zoned currently residential, the zoning actually doesn't allow for accessory structures or anything without a residence on the property. And so some of those buildings may be able to be permitted regardless of cannabis or anything else if the zoning is changed, because it's not required to have a residence there first.
That makes a lot more sense. So the neighborhood would like to know, and I'm going to ask for them because they've been asking me, what is the intent of cannabis once the rezone happens in that area?
I'm probably not as qualified as I should be, but I think the intent is to grow cannabis, but Cliff said it better than I can. It is very restricted on the area that you can plant it in, and I really don't understand why this is coming up now, because it's my understanding that we're talking about a zoning change now, and that the cannabis has to go through this whole process again.
I understand.
But-
Yeah, and I'll speak for the community because it's my district, and I will tell you what their concerns are, is that with the smallness of the applications, because the area is very restrictive, that cannabis would go in there without any public notice. And so that is a concern to the community.
I'll answer that as best I can, and I think John's already pointed out an important fact that's kind of against me. I can't commit to what somebody would do in the future.
I understand.
But the grower that is Adam, the man that owns this property, already is leasing property from me to grow on. I don't think that he would, could, or should increase the amount by any more than what he would do on the property in terms of cannabis area to grow. I don't know, and I'm learning as I watch it here, what the processing and all of those other things are. I'm not familiar with that. I don't know what his intent is, but I assume that he would do the things that are allowed under the ag zoning that would augment the operations he has in other places.
Okay.
Is that make sense?
Thank you for that.
And the last thing I want to comment on is, I don't know, there's two things. I don't know if we have to have a Q zone on this, and it's going to take more time after 4 years, or if the roads are a factor, and I don't know the laws on the roads, but we're talking about two different, there's a road system, if you saw the map that goes down in there, that nobody travels on. And part of the submission that I made to the Board of Supervisors talks about he wants to have the county vacate those roads. That was in a document that I supplied early on, years ago. So there's one land, it would be done now, except there's one landowner we have not been able to find to get that done. He's bought all the properties so that he can own it. So it seems to me that in terms of the cost that Mike brought up, and I don't know the law here, but it seems to me that the county's a lot better off with the one owner who doesn't want anybody down there than you guys having a subdivision in which I believe the county is responsible for fixing the road. If I decide to build a house on the county road down there, do I have to put a bridge in? The county road, the culvert's washed out, so even the county has to drive right now around on his property to get down to the other lots.
I understand, thank you, and that clarifies a lot, and I have one, not for you, Charles, if you want. I'm ready to make a motion, however, I have one final question. If I make a motion that, and I know that you understand public process, Charles, because you like to be informed as well, but if I make a motion that we bring this back with approving the zoning change, but requesting the Q zone for public process, can the applicant that needs to, for his compliance agreement, move forward with doing the application for to get his stuff done? Because I think there's a time crunch there.
So, I don't want to be evasive, but I don't want to give a complete yes when I don't know all the circumstances. I think that for the most part, that can be done if they can be permitted under the provisions of the ag zone. That I'll give it absolute yes to that. But if there's things there that I'm not aware of,
Yeah, I understand that. Yes, I understand that. So my motion would be that we approve the zoning change according to staff recommendations, but to bring back the item, adding a Q zone just for public, so that the zoning certificate clearance can't happen without public notice. But it would allow for the compliance agreement to be started on. And
so if I could, I know your intent is to approve the base zone today, but it's better procedure to have the whole action done at once.
then I would ask for an extension on his compliance agreement.
There's not a problem with that at all.
Okay. That's what I would ask then, that you look at that. If it's pending, if it's getting close to expiring, that you work with that applicant if that is an issue.
Yeah, we will not take any adverse action on a compliance agreement while this is still being processed.
Thank you. That would be my motion.
So then I understand your motion to be twofold. One is to continue this to notice and to renotice to allow the Q zone to address both the visual aspects and discretion relative to cannabis.
Yes.
And then giving staff direction to work with the applicant to maintain the compliance agreement in an active state until this is resolved.
Correct. Yes, and that I think our board is in great understanding that that subdivision is not appropriate for that area.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Supervisor Arroyo.
I have a question. That whole opened up a interesting can of worms for me around whether we should look at vacating these roads. Should we be able to find that one, person who has property there? That's like an in-holding. I realize it's a separate topic. I just it's relevant to how we're going to handle this.
Are they paying their taxes? Then
Great. Well, that is an interesting topic that seems very relevant. I don't know if that should come back at the same time.
Excuse me, and I'm just saying, just because I've seen this before, if they're paying their taxes, they may not want to be found for that general reason. I can't speak for them, but I'm just saying.
And through the chair, if this potential area for vacated road is, I think it's within the zone that we're talking about, correct? As you know, I and several of us have interest with relationship to making sure if you choose to investigate that further, to see if that leads us down any, no pun intended, road with relationship to other public access assets that may be in that space. So sometimes there's river access or there's other sorts of things that may be teeing off of those things. I just don't want to make sure, I want to make sure that we don't, if we choose to go down, it's because vacating roads is a good thing in general. We do like not having to maintain roads. That's a great idea, but
I don't think this is on the table, Mike. I'm
okay,
sorry.
but I just want, it's not on the table, but it kind of is on the table because it could be a condition of approval in the
County
future.
Council?
So,
Supervisor Wilson, are you providing direction for them to bring something back at a future date? Is that where we are going? at the
yes.
time? Now, that would be permissible.
Okay, thank you.
That's what,
You, under the Brown Act, you can direct staff to bring back an item that's not necessarily on the agenda at a future date.
Okay.
And if that is what your intention is, to look, you're basically directing staff to look into the vacation issues that have to do with.
Cursorily with relationship to this, because this is a subdivision we're talking about. It's a rezone, and there could be conditions with and roads are generally conditions within these sorts of things. So I just want to make sure that you take a cursory. I'm asking that there's a cursory look at, is there, would we want to consider this as part of that if it's possible? And I don't know.
So if I could, normally a road issue would not be addressed as part of a zoning action. Normally, but it would be addressed as part of a map action. So, but I took notes, totally get what you're asking us to look at. And when they're looking at reconfiguring the parcels, abandoning the roadway at that point, we will look at that.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Could I clarify with my motion too that I would like this item to come back on the 28th with the other one? Yep. Thank you.
The seconder is in agreement.
all right. Do we have, okay. Now, our next meeting is, are you?
I need to take a roll call.
Yeah, excuse me, vote to come back with this, sorry.
Ready? Yeah. Thank you, Vice Chair Bohn. We will start with you.
Sure.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
And Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Arroyo, I'm sorry. Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, so we don't have a meeting next week. Supervisor Madrone will be back on the 7th. We certainly hope you feel better. I will not be here. I will be missing my second meeting. I will be in Virginia at a National Association of Counties Rural Action Caucus, which I've been appointed to vice chair. So I will be flying back on Tuesday night. So always. And with that, let's adjourn.